Damn. Contra wants to talk? What, right now? If she wants to, yeah, just shoot me a message. How is she inviting me somewhere? Like, how does that even make, what would she possibly be inviting me on? Wait, they're doing a live stream. Don't know if she wants to talk to you now. Wait, did she say? Hold on. Did she say she wants to talk to me? You've got 2 minutes to link like a clip or something, or I'm IP banning everybody that just said she wants to talk to me. Fenson, you're up for a ban. Irrational B, you're up for a ban. Who else? She invited you. Oh, the witch, you're up for a ban. You said you would talk about this 6 months ago. Did you see the tweet Richard Lewis made a few days ago about you? It got no traction and he ended up deleting it? Did he really? What a fucking loser. Oh, we already talked about this shit.
Stereotyping. I just think that's really interesting.
Well, there's like cis and trans women who feel that drag is like some kind of caricature of them, or that it's like...
I love
Why are you saying she invited? Oh, like she invited, like just extended invitation. Oh, if she wants to chat, yeah, I am, but I have no way to contact her, and it doesn't even look like they're at a computer, so. Muxor, I've had it on for like 10 hours. Look, when it's paused, nobody's moving. They were talking about possible positive male identity on the left. Oh, so they don't even have, so they didn't actually say it. Can we please make it a rule? I'm giving out 1,024 bans. Don't ever say like somebody wants you to come on if that's not actually true. If somebody says like, oh yeah, like talking to Destiny would be interesting, or like, oh yeah, I've heard of Destiny before. Don't run to my chat and be like, oh, they want you on, dude. Oh, they want you on. Oh, they want. Don't do that. This shit is so fucking annoying. Because then what happens is I'll end up messaging the person like, hey, were you trying to contact me? And then it looks like I'm trying to be like really desperate, and it makes me look like a fucking retard. Please, holy shit.
What's up, guys? My name is Video Game Donkey, and today we're going to be breaking down a new Smash 5 trailer. Now, notice how I say Smash 5. That is because if you compare the logo from Smash 4 to this new one, you can clearly see that there is no line in the bottom left corner, thus confirming this is in fact a new Smash game and not a port. Wow. The trailer opens with the shitty Splatoon characters. I mean, nobody cares about this until, if you pause here, you can actually see a reflection of a large Yoshi in Splatoon's eye, and then in the next shot, if you look very carefully, you can just sort of make out that there is a gigantic Smash logo engulfed in flames there. It's kind of a blink and you'll miss it moment, and I feel like I'm probably the only one who noticed that there's some little shadows towards the bottom of it, which I believe to be characters for the new Smash Bros. 5, which is in fact not a port, because you can see that the line is clearly not there anymore. Now, I'm kind of a tech savvy guy, so I popped this image into an advanced program called Adobe Photoshop, and if you zoom into the circle, you can see in more detail all of these new characters. Now on the far left here, you clearly have what appears to be either Machoke or Gamera, the flying turtle that shoots lasers at Godzilla. Then next to that is a man holding a shield and sword who is clearly Zelda. I mean, come on, it's Nintendo, it's Reggie making the games. Of course he's gonna put in his oldest character, Zelda. What's more interesting to me really is that on the right of Zelda is what appears to me to be the character Jimmy Neutron from Nickelodeon. You can see that they have identical hair, and there really is no other option. So I'm gonna have to go ahead and lock that one down at 100%.
We should debate Destiny. We should. Where's Destiny? Tell him to get in here. I'll debate the shit out of him.
That barely passes. You're lucky. All of you are very lucky.
Confirmation, guys. Next to him you can see an orange and yellow face, and this is when I knew that Bert and Ernie are finally in Smash. This is something that fans have been asking for years. I know Reggie is a big fan of the series, so it's really exciting to have these two included in the new Smash 5, which is not a port because, I mean, look at that. The next guy is Kirby. But next to him, I thought, is that Zero Suit Samus? But then I remembered that Nintendo doesn't have the rights to Metroid anymore, so when you actually think about it, that is actually Jack Skellington from The Nightmare Before Christmas. Just incredible. Now, these middle two characters are actually featured even more extensively in the trailer. We get a big zoom up on this silhouetted man. I mean, that could be anyone, to be honest. I really don't want to make any reaching speculative comments in this video, but if I had to guess, I would say that it's probably Tony the Tiger from Serial. Next to Tony there, my consultant Sky William, whom I beat in Smash, pointed out to me that Undertale is actually among the flames there. You can very clearly see the beloved characters Sam and Wingding, which is huge. I mean, these are characters fans have been asking for since the old Smash for Nintendo 64. And next to him, of course, you have Knack. That lines up perfectly. And then if you look very closely, you can actually see Boss Baby is actually behind a large pillar, and that is huge.
Nice, man. If Contra wants to talk to me, I'll talk, sure. I messaged her on Skype, but I have no other way of getting in contact with her, so do your work. Whatever you want to do to make it happen. Okay, I looted a ton of sick shit off of this dude. This stuff. This item is pretty freaking awesome. I was gonna say pretty shit, but not shit. Freaking awesome. Are there any other ranged weapons like this that are infinite throw? How many gnomes do you have on the map? I think 4 or 5, I'm not sure. Penguin made them and hid them around the map. This book is so good, but I think I'm finally done with it. I think we've moved on from it now. If your wizard respawned, you can make this. Oh, I need to buy the crystal ball. You beaten Plantaria? I don't think I've beaten any hard mode bosses yet, have I? Except for the goblin and the other dude. Another blood moon? Are you fucking serious? This is better than my, This would be better than that B bow, right? We're past that now that I have this Shadow Flame bow. Are you excited for the Undertale? Are you excited for Undertale for the Nintendo Switch? Listen, I just want to talk to Contra, okay? That's what I'm excited for right now. Get the fuck out of here. Wait, where is the wizard? Oh, I bet he died during that last shit. So I gotta wait for him to come back now. Yo, dudes. Who invited you guys here? Get the fuck out. These items have no penetration, right? They don't go through anybody? The bow did, though, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it does. Contra talk went? She said she'd be willing to talk. Not about any, I don't even know about what, but it'll depend on whether or not she wants to. Yeah. Whoa, chill. What's going on, guys? What is this thing? Ale tosser? Is this a weapon? Looks like shit. Have I beaten any mechanical bosses? No, although I am able to summon one. Look at this bow, dude. Ain't that some shit. I could try to kill him now, though. Nami. With the Shadow Flame bow, you should be able to defeat this threat. Well, what about the twins? Because I can summon that dude. I kind of want to summon that guy. I can take off this pause shit. The twins will eat you alive. Wait, I'll get fucked? Really? Oh, whoa! Chill! Whoa! The fuck? I didn't know you spawned this. Is there anything that makes these guys stop spawning or no? How long should I keep playing terrain? Well, until I clear everything at least. What the fuck? Hey, get the fuck out.
Starting to think you are never going to stream Destiny 2.
My face when that guy's not being ironic and he's actually only here because he thinks I'm like the Destiny 2 channel or the Destiny channel. After you clear everything, you should do a hardcore run with Penguin. I mean, like, I could do a hardcore run, but it would be, I don't think it would be good stream content. Like, you think it would be now, but I would have to play everything so fucking slow. Like, you would get bored after like 6 hours of it. It would be like really funny and exciting for like a little bit, and then it would be really boring, I think. Except for maybe bosses would be exciting, but even those, I would have to take like super ultra preparation to do everything. Why not run a PvP world? Does PvP even like really work in this game?
When day is dark, always remember happy day.
Oh, another mechanical eye. Well, nice message. Wow, 18 months. Thanks, buddy.
Free Twitch Prime re
Okay, are we not talking to ContraPoints? Alright, well, if we're not talking to ContraPoints, It's League of Legends time. What kind of food should I get to eat? I don't know, dude. Whatever makes you happy. Enemy civilian casualties okay by me. I'm really getting sick of people whining about civilian casualties. Maybe I'm a hard-headed guy, but when I see in the newspaper that civilians in Afghanistan or the West Bank were killed by American and Israeli troops, I don't really care. This is one of the poll questions he used to test if Muslims were radical in the video that we watched like a night ago. What are you working towards in Terraria right now? I don't think anything at the moment, right? Oh, wings. That's what we're... Oh, we were going to build a jungle biome so that we can buy wings from the guy. That's what we were going to do. Hey, give me 1 second, then I'll queue. We have to be fully focused and fully ready to commit ourselves to these wins for your promos, okay?
It's something. No rush, take your time.
Yikes.
Many of you may know that the White House posted an unlisted YouTube video called Violence in Video Games. It's doing extremely well on YouTube. I'm surprised it's not on the trending page yet. And what it is just the 2008 era montage of violence in video games. It's not even clips they compiled themselves. They just lifted it from other people on YouTube. Like there's a guy in there called Dat360 No Scope with still his watermark in the video. Very lazy all around, and it's used to promote the whole bullshit narrative that video games are the root of all of our problems, from small penises to corruption to mass murders. Everything is because of video games corrupting the youth. The video itself doesn't do a great job of making a compelling argument for the case of video games causing violence, and I don't think it's the fault of the footage. I think it's the fault of the editing. I mean, the footage speaks for itself, man. Just watching that made me want to go out and start slitting throats and taking off scalps. But the editing is what didn't sell it, so I took it upon myself to re-edit this fuck stain of a video and bring it up to montage standards. fucking cum-inducing. Now that's how you make a fucking cum-inducing montage, White House. Take some notes. If you need somebody to edit your propaganda, I'd be more than happy to. I'll only charge about $100,000 an hour to make it worth my while for editing this absolute nonsense that insults the intelligence of the general populace. But hey, for $100,000 an hour, fuck, I'll deliver some of the best montages the White House will ever have. So go ahead, if you need me to edit them, don't be afraid to ask. And yeah, that's it. See ya.
Okay. If you guys are typing in Contra's chat, tell her to check her Skype. Okay.
Got another beer and I fucking downed it. And then, by the
Okay,
end,
so banning new champ, yes?
Yeah. Who still uses Skype? Well, I don't think she ever had Discord, so. A new report says the first leg of an Omaha streetcar system will cost $170 million. What is a streetcar system? Do you still have any negative attitudes towards Critical after him calling you a douchebag during the whole animated outrage shit? No, I don't hold anything against anybody. I mean, I think a lot of people make a bunch of snap decisions that are really dumb. I mean, I think that's really dumb of him. I still like his stuff. I don't, I'm usually pretty big on that separating the art from the artist meme.
want to like punch anyone or like get in any kind of trouble. I don't think that's a good idea. But I was like, seriously, fuck you, right? And so like I know a lot of women have these experiences, and because you sort of like bad experience with men, right? And it just makes you feel like, you know, a lot of men are a lot of shit.
A lot of men are a lot of shit.
Yeah.
It's not a feeling, it's just a fact.
Theron is the Senate? Is that what it says?
Theron is the Senate. That's what it says.
I am the Senate. Okay.
Oh, prequel memes.
Is Destiny here? Is Destiny actually here? He's here for fucking debate.
Theron advocates pushing men. 2018. Well, you know, if a man does that to you, I think pushing him is like the least that you could do. Just push him. Just give him a little push. I think I pushed the one guy that he fell, but I can't remember because I was quite drunk. But I know I was.
Are you doing it? Or do you want me to do it?
I'm not.
You're doing it. Okay.
Yeah.
I am forsaken.
I feel that. I'm being vegan tonight. This is a weekend.
Excuse me. Okay, are you gonna like entertain the chat? Is Destiny in the chat?
You know I had to do it to Monkus.
This is a terrible debate.
Thanks, T1 Delver.
Sharpening my feathers.
Well, debate is so fucking hard.
are you guys? Look at my nails, they're so good. Like, I've never gotten like a French fade before, and I finally got one, and it looks kind of basic. It looks like the kind of thing Blair White would get, but it's good. I like it.
Rules are made to be broken. Like buildings. Or people.
Intellectual discourse. We can have intellectual discourse. Oh, let me make Destiny a moderator so that I can keep track of this post.
The feel when fake Omna Destiny is Diamond 1 on League, while original is stuck in low Diamond.
Fuck now. Why aren't you comfortable, Destiny? We're trying to make you comfortable. I just want you to be satisfied, okay? This is not satisfying to you? Oh god, her goddamn thing is in South African. Destiny, I'm gonna try to make you a mod, but Theron's computer is in South African. So if I accidentally delete you or kick you out, I'm so sorry.
Theron versus Blair White PogChamp.
Okay, I think I made Destiny a moderator, but I did it in South African.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm train-gendered. Of course I am.
You're transgendered?
I'm train. My gender is trains. I used South African to make Destiny a moderator.
Is this
I'm feeling okay about this one.
Really?
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's-
well, I mean,
don't
I've been
dodge.
dodging like every game today. I
Don't
mean, we'll
dodge.
play a game, I guess.
No, I wouldn't ask you to dodge.
No, I don't care. I really don't care dodging. I'm not saying that to be polite. I really just don't care. I'd rather just win games. Yeah.
We can't leave your stream without League of Legends content.
because like I said, I don't care as long. I'm not losing my marks. I don't care. The only thing, yeah, no, I'd rather just dodge. I'm not sure about this one. They're switching lanes, but one thing that I learned earlier is I don't think lane swapping is good. Like if you have to ask somebody to switch lanes, because usually those people are not comfortable. Like they'll do it to be polite or because they want to have fun, but usually it just doesn't turn out good. So I usually just dodge those games. But well, yeah, we can do it. Sure.
Have fun doing something other than winning in this game.
Nah, because you're in your promos too. I should have dodged this one.
No,
I
it's
should have
fine.
dodged this. It's fucking Yorick, dude. Yoriks are either hot trash, fucking garbage, or they're like god tier 1v4 machines. There is no in between. What do you think we have? Which one?
Let's go with God tier.
Okay. Let's op GG it. Let's see what we got.
No, don't even look, please.
I want to look. I want to see. Okay.
Okay. Well, just keep it
Ooh.
to yourself.
77% win rate and 100% win rate on the enemy team. Nice. Holy shit, those guys are smurfing so hard. How did we get all three of our teammates are sub 50%. What? And the enemy team is, this is their overall, 72, 81, 51, 58, and then 48. I'm 52, you're 62, and then we've got 49, 48, 43.
Well, you know what? One of them's gonna go up to a positive win rate. Oh, Ginger, thanks for subbing. I didn't even see it, buddy. John should be able to recognize you easier in chat now. I'm just gonna AFK right now, okay? I'm done. I'm gonna go get some more food or something. Or a hot Let's fuck
chocolate.
them,
It's
man.
10, 18. Bravery to lane? Yeah, okay, good luck.
Really? Alright, I'm gonna go stand over here.
Okay, good start. Talk to Contra and Theron. They have to message me. I don't live near them. I'm on Ezreal. Nice. That was really good. Dodge this Q. Okay,
this game.
it is up to it is up to us. Okay, to solo carry this game.
I'm doing it.
Oh shit! Okay.
Damn.
Trash you.
They're still level 1. Holy shit. Holy yikes. Level 2's coming right here, probably. Oh, yikes. It's okay. Kha'Zix is about to bring that one home. Kha'Zix, don't do some greedy boosted bullshit.
The universe, one bullet at a time.
No. Can Rakan zip back to other 80 carries, or is that only Zaya?
He can zip back to anybody.
Okay, okay. Or yeah, not just 80 carries, sorry. I messaged Theron and Contra on Skype, guys, so if either one wants to talk to me, they have to look there.
First star made me do this.
Oh, John Boy.
I've still got heal.
Ah, I didn't have any mana.
And Kha'Zix died somewhere. Ganking top. Unbelievable, dude. I'm sorry. I should have dodged this fucking game. Fuck me.
It's okay.
I can't believe we got Q fucked so hard. Like, are they even trying? Holy shit, it's so autistic.
He's level 5.
Camille 1v2'd them top. That's fucking pathetic. What the fuck?
What do you think? Mercy or mayhem? Oh no! Don't make me break the Guardian Code. Warning! My guns are getting restless. You can't hide from starlight.
I'm warding.
Don't be so hard on
He's got it
yourself.
pinked. I'm going in on him because he's clearing the pink.
I'll try to maintain this.
Okay. We're gonna try to fight over that, okay? You ready?
Okay.
Do you have a ward for it?
Have to play nice.
30 seconds.
Oh, shit.
They can't contest. He's really low. Take it.
I will take it.
Oh no! Don't make me break the Guardian Code. Say hello to my
What the fuck? Oh, we're getting ganked again.
An ally has been slain.
back in action. Miss me? What? Your guns don't talk to you?
Level 4 Kha'Zix. Oh god.
Nothing personal. I'm obligated. Glitter and death. Now that's a winning combo.
Kane's right there.
Oh, whoops.
Look
Sorry.
like that.
Yeah, normally I should never need any prep. I can do it on my own. I should be. We'll wear this one more time. Try to hold it in the middle. Oh,
Okay. Actually, they base. They base.
yeah, I guess.
Lethal stuff. Protecting the universe, one bullet at a time.
buy some shit, I guess.
I'm kind of a high roller.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Hey, another
Let
kill.
the Sparkles fool ya.
Sick.
Wow.
We're on a mission. Just don't remember what.
Oh, fuck, and I'm ulted, so I can't even flash. Oh, God, dude. What a fun game.
Back in action. Miss me? Protecting
An
me.
ally has been slain.
Say hello to my little friends. You're still out on this whole Star Guardian thing. I've got your starlight right here. Wrinkle, wrinkle, star. What's next? Is it shooting? I love shooting. This'll shed some light on things. Don't be so hard on yourself. I'll do it for you. Who's feeling ferocious? We're on a mission. Just don't remember what. I've got your starlight right here.
An enemy has been slain.
Rakan's mid.
Okay.
Oh no! Don't make me break the Guardian code.
Okay, he's coming back up. He's down here now.
Has been slain. Enemy has been slain.
What? Your guns don't talk to you? I'll try to make this painless. Honestly.
What are we banging for?
I mean, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, were you pinging it?
No, I wasn't.
Oh.
Nothing personal. I'm obligated to trash it.
An ally has been slain. Enemy rampage.
Wait, this guy's really going in.
He's Kha'Zix, dude. He'll snowball out of control.
All part of the plan. Say hello to my little friend.
I'm kind of surprised he hasn't come down for you.
Because he knows I'll fuck him up, dude.
Oh, here he comes. I want to see the ease for it.
Look at him.
Oh, never
That's
mind.
called respect right there, okay?
Don't I have one of everything? Sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Sorry. First star made me do this. Look at me. Pandemonium with a purpose. Yes, Kuro.
Kha'Zix might die. Again. Oh, never mind. You're both dead.
I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm Gucci. Never mind. I'm not Gucci.
Oops. Forgot to read my Guardian handbook. This is not my idea yet. A professional decision. Don't be so hard on yourself. I'll do it for you.
Hmm.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Back in action! Miss me? Just put this on my Star Guardian tab. Glitter and guns. Now that's a winning combination.
Enemy rampage.
First star made me do
Whoa, you didn't vote yes, did you?
I haven't voted yet, no.
Okay. Listen, it's your promos. They could DC.
An enemy is unstoppable.
My guns.
Just a little bit of damage.
Has been destroyed.
I'm gonna get this turret, okay? This is the beginning of our turnaround.
I almost feel guilty about it.
You should. Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
Enemy double kill.
Okay, I got it real low.
I was gonna say they're gonna take Baron, but it's not up yet.
Yeah, that's good. That's the thinking black man meme. Can't take Baron if we're dying that much pre 20 minutes, right?
You can't keep a Star Guardian down. We're on a mission.
Good luck, Codenator.
A year and a half of being forced to
Alright,
watch
I'm coming.
League in the Gulag. Hopefully next month they will pull out our bunny's nails instead.
Showed him.
Yeah, we did. Got him the fuck out of here. Dude, push tab, look at the enemy team. That's 5 shutdowns if we win a team fight, okay? 5 huge shutdowns.
Should we get you red?
An enemy is legendary.
Yeah, he doesn't need it. He's dead.
Yeah, for sure.
That's Black Thought too, right?
Time from Starlight. Glory to the first star. Whatever that means. Say hello to my little friend.
Oh my god, if we give an inhib here, we're gonna have so much CS, the enemy team is gonna bleed gold the rest of the game.
Yeah, he can one-shot me with his W.
Never mind, I'm good. I don't want to feed this game, so I'm gonna go back here, okay? Oh. Well then. Ooh! There's that Katarina pop-off.
This guy fucking do something. Oh, not far.
There he is. Whoa, most.
Watch me, I'm gonna get him.
Come on, Soraka. Stop trolling, Soraka. Get out there.
That's an arrow for you. He's not gonna hurt.
It's my 26th month of not killing myself, and the only reason I go to work anymore is so that I can feed
There we
Nathan.
go.
Thanks for the streams, Esteban.
Just in time.
There we go. Big gold. Big shutdowns. Big plays.
What's that? Is it shooting?
No. This game is coming back to us. We're on the board now, okay? Watch out for that fucker sneaking into our shit, alright?
I'm one-shotting your whole team. It's okay, he's top, we're safe.
Okay.
It's okay,
Uh-oh.
Cowboys.
TP right there!
TP. Mercy?
Who else has TP on their team? Diana, okay. Right here. Wait around the corner, right here. They never expect you to wait around this corner. I missed. Fuck.
Are we gonna die?
Probably. How's she so fast? What does she have?
Almost feel guilty about this.
Okay, Baron's gonna make this a little bit harder, but... Oh, stealing my CS.
I don't think I can I?
Oh, you took one. You definitely took one.
Help.
Okay, now I'm not gonna lie and tell you, this is gonna be an easy hold. Okay.
This is why school shootings happen.
Dude, holy shit.
I hope all of my friends in chat are having a wonderful evening.
How many times did you go
I
through
love
promos,
you
you
all.
said?
I lost track now.
This was the enemy team, by the way. I sent you a picture. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, I saw them. Don't worry.
Holy shit. Damn, Katarina tried so hard.
People watch this budget Tyler 1. OMEGALUL.
Alright, well. We can try again tomorrow.
Actually, you're playing Battle Raid tomorrow?
For 3 hours, yeah.
Oh, good luck.
Have you played it before? Is it gonna be super fun?
Yeah. More fun than this.
Alright. Okay, well thanks for the games, buddy. I'm sorry we lost your promos. They're fun.
That's okay.
Alright.
Talk to you later.
See you later, bud. I have to do Battle Right and D&D tomorrow. Fuck. Okay, am I going on this other stream or not? What's going on, guys? JF Squad have invaded your Discord and being abusive towards DGG members. Well, better bully them out. Or I could ban someone if they're breaking Discord rules. Huh. Wait, does Theron really live in South Africa? Is Contra really in South Africa right now? Or are they using like... Chill Hop Mix. Whoa, Chill Hop Summer Mix. Why do they keep making the South African joke? I don't understand. Huh. I don't like this.
Hi.
Hi. How you doing?
Well, how's everything with you?
Wait, was this the one with that song I was looking for? I don't think so. Discord is full autism right now.
Hi.
General, my dude, jump to present.
How you doing?
Well,
Oh wait, what?
with you.
Pretty good, actually. It's really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
They left?
Oh, whoa.
What's going on in here?
Oh,
Who's
what up,
Destiny's here?
Yeah,
There's-
that's him.
It is popping the fuck off. It's going
Hey,
wild.
Destiny,
Yeah.
remember I sent you the email and whatnot, and yeah, we were good boys. Basically, what's
Holy
going on is
Uh-oh.
we got big boys here trying to be big boys, and you know I'm doing my best to hold off the base. You know.
Okay,
It's
that
the
tells
JF.
me-
People fucking raging. God damn.
Yeah, a bunch of triggered JF.
Oh god, did Roach
ponies.
leave?
They left.
No, he got, I think he got
Wow.
He yikes the fuck out. That's
Yeah.
funny as hell.
That was fucking hilarious.
kicked. The JFers, they do routine raids sometimes,
But
and
you
they
missed
just
it,
flame.
dude. You just missed it. It was insane. It was literally
Holy
insane.
That was
It was
a
like a
very-
tag team.
That was a very, very like slow raid.
If you screenshot like shit on their Discord, if they're like setting it up there, you can,
Wowee.
if you screenshot stuff in their Discord, like they're setting it up from there, you can like report them to Discord and get the server shut down.
True.
If they're actually like coordinating it.
Actually?
So what happened
Yes.
was okay. So what happened was there was this one guy that came in from the JF because I know I'm in the JF every now and then because you know I like to talk to people like I already told you. So basically, there was this Roach guy. Me and Ellie were talking about like obviously transgender shit, right? So I wasn't gonna talk about transgender stuff with Roach there. So I changed the topic because he was being edgy as fuck. So it's like literally like all that basic fucking comedy of like herder you're like male, herder you're this, herder you're that, like all the fucking basic edgy comedy or whatever. So I shot on him. We all shot at him because I just, you know, I know the fucking jokes. I know it because I'm on that side too. So I know the jokes and I'm like, okay, man, just make a real joke. Like, don't just like bring up the 14-year-old humor logic shit. So then I guess these two guys or whatever, some girl from the other Destiny JF server came and they were like trying to shit up the place. So they were like double teaming. Like the girl came in and she's just fucking whiny and like high pitched. And then the other guy came in. So like when she was done and I would start, he would talk over me. So like I tried to do my best to fucking hold.
I
them
don't
both
think
off,
Meh
and
is
I
from
eventually
JF.
got to that. Whatever.
I think Meh is a Destiny fan.
No, definitely not.
I'm pretty sure.
Meh's been here for a while.
Yeah,
Meh
Meh's been here
shows
for
up
a
every
long
once in a while.
time.
Whatever. I don't
Okay,
care.
can we get to the point? I love the story, but
That's all.
It's just a raid. It's just a raid, and they're flaming and trying to get a rise out of people, and it's working real well. So that's really it.
Extraordinary, actually.
What?
Mhm.
I wasn't raging. I thought it was pretty funny, to be honest.
They're definitely getting a rise out of people, which is their goal.
okay. Well, if people are like actually breaking rules, tell me I'll ban them. Otherwise, don't get a rise out of you people. Yeah.
Okay.
What do you mean by
Sounds
you
good,
people?
Good words.
Yeah.
I love it.
I already banned them. Don't ban people just for coming over. If they're actually breaking rules, ban them. But don't just ban them for memes.
That's the right one.
Okay, I kind of
We
want to
might
play this
hire
now.
some-
I kind of actually play this now. I kind of actually want to play this now.
Wait.
I kind of.
This video is gonna be like drinking milk.
Wait, what the fuck? What are they even streaming on? Whose YouTube channel? Oh, she has a separate channel for being live?
Women.
What's a
Are they actually like talking about stuff here, or are they just like drunk and that's what they're doing?
money?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Thank you for giving us money for talking as women. As a trans woman.
As a trans woman, I experienced this and this and this.
As a trans woman, I experienced uncontrollable lust for philosophy too.
Oh, they're just drunk chilling. Okay. What were we gonna do? We need to build a jungle biome. Oh, this is the song. Here. Ooh, okay. Sick. Okay.
Hi.
Right? That's what we're doing? We're building a jungle biome. Wait, can I beat a mechanical boss yet? No, you said I can't do it yet. Okay, I won't do it yet. Mud blocks. Okay. I just finished mine. I don't know how to make it pretty. I'm trying not to do this. So I have a very bad eye for like aesthetic, and one of the things that I do is I tend to make everything like very symmetrical, right? So like this base, like this is like a thing that I do. I make everything symmetrical, which I don't think is like the most aesthetically pleasing way to do things. So that's why I've tried to do like a lot more like random shit, like very asymmetrical building. Like entryway, like heights are different and roofs and everything are different because I think it might look better, or I think it looks better from an aesthetic point of view. So yeah, I'm trying to avoid that, right? Like these islands are very asymmetrical. All the buildings here are very asymmetrical. I need to put another floor here and I could do like another line of garden things. I can't believe I blue blocked all of this. I need to rebuild this at some point. Fuck me. Your hell house looks like a laser gun? Yeah, that's a fuck up. It shouldn't look like that. Oh wait, hold on. There are building items. We need to get these. Your lava biome? Oh wait, the thing below here, never mind. Wait, what's the difference between mud and dirt? I need mud, right? That's what this shit will grow in. You should really watch that video. Click this.
300,000 vehicles. And they're on the roads now. These are what I call big data, mobile big data centers. And these trucks are collecting data all across the transport corridors
5
of Europe
months of the
on
purest
traffic
memes.
flows, weather conditions, availability of warehouses, all of the data you would need if you're a small business, a large business, or just a homeowner to be able to increase your aggregate efficiencies and productivity, reduce your ecological footprint, and anytime you're involved in moving shipments from A to B. Then, this is what's really interesting. He dimmed the lights, and they went to a helicopter feed, live, on the German expressway. And the helicopter zooms in on these 3 trucks on the German expressway, and then they went right into the cab of the trucks. And the drivers are waving and talking to everybody in the room. And the chairman of Daimler Truck said, okay, gentlemen, take your hands off the wheel, take your feet off the pedals. All of a sudden, the drivers became software analysts. No longer drivers, they were software analysts monitoring the data. The trucks then started to platoon together, automated, into a mobile data, almost a train going down the highways, collecting data. So they're providing the data and then the analytics so that you will have apps so that you can find ways to increase your aggregate efficiency and be a player in the system. Smart. So how do we finance this? How do we pay for this? We are laying out a plan in Europe called Digital Europe, Smart Europe. And working with the European Commission, we're building this out over the next 10 years. But the big question is, how do we pay for this infrastructure region after region across all of Europe to connect us in a digital world where we can begin to enjoy the new opportunities?
Okay.
He and I bicker. Oh boy, I was talking about you just now.
Yeah.
Because you and I bicker about all sorts of things. So
I mean,
this
if
might
you're
be
playing
funny.
Super Seducer, obviously you would message the most seductive person you know. So I mean, like, it makes sense, you know?
But Super Seducer is like a game.
I
where,
mean,
like, they're trying
so
to teach you how to
so
pick
are
up
women in the
girls.
real
So I'm
world.
trying to
Yeah.
tell you,
And I've mastered
this
this
is-
game, so I'm ready, dude. Yeah.
You've mastered it?
Yeah, of course. This guy messaged me when he needed help to make this game. Yeah. I'm a good friend
So
of
that's-
his in the PUA
I just
community.
watched-
Yeah.
you fucking fucking shut the fuck.
What?
Shut the fuck up. Collaboration, yeah, collaboration. Are you playing League right now?
No, I'm done with League for the day.
For the day?
Yeah.
But it's so early.
Well, I want to build shit in Terraria.
Did you lose?
Kind of.
It's okay.
Thanks.
At least you're winning in the game called life.
I mean,
Winning life.
of course.
Huh.
When you're the master PUA, yeah. It's kind of hard not to.
She's falling for his seduction right now. Dude! Don't blow this for me.
Do you need to have the bricklayer equipped, guys, for it to be working? All right, sorry, go ahead.
Destiny's pro PUA, yeah, I mean, he's hella red-pilled. Hella red-pilled. Okay, I think the game's... Oh, no, it's almost downloaded, you guys. I didn't forget about any of you. Anyways, I was looking at people keep asking me to play this game, and so I was just looking at some gameplay, whatever, on YouTube. I'm like, all right, it's just so stupid. Like, I want to play it now. It's already inspiring me to complain about some random shit. I'm like, that would never work. Or like, what kind of creep just like walks up to a girl who's walking down the sidewalk and tries to just pick her up right then? I'm like, would that ever? I don't think that could ever really work. Unless
What?
the girl...
Oh, it definitely could.
Okay, walk me through it. How would that work?
Well,
I want to
step one.
I want to hear from the expert.
Are you attractive? That's a big one for the first one.
Yeah. Okay. No. I was gonna say, apart from like an incredibly insecure like woman who's just amazed that anyone would ever even talk to her. Like, I'm talking about a reasonably put together person.
I mean, I think it really depends. I think it really depends on the approach and the rationale for talking. So like, let me give like the same example in two totally different ways, right? Let's say that you're like at a park, like one of those really big parks that people jog around sometime. Like, let's say that you're there, either sitting down or resting against like a fence, and you're like taking a drink, and you have like gym shorts on and like a shirt or whatever, and you've been like running, and a girl like runs by and stops to take a rest or whatever. Like, this kind of a conversation is probably okay. But if you're like a random passerby and you are like dressed in like either dressed down or dressed up, like it's obvious you're not there to work out, and you look like you kind of don't belong there, and you kind of like shout at a girl as she's running by you, like that's going to be way less organic and far more fucking creepy. So
have you seen any gameplay for this game, by the way?
I mean, I've seen a ton of clips on live stream fails.
Yeah.
But
So you've seen like there, I don't know how long this, I don't know how many scenes are like introduced in this game, but the one I'm looking right now is like a dude is wearing like a button down shirt, khakis or something with a belt, like he's like kind of casual, formal, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And then this woman is just walking down the street completely alone. It looks like in suburbia. And so he just like walks up to her. That's just so awkward. Like, no one typically walks. It's just it's a completely empty sidewalk, and this guy's just walking by himself and just like, oh hey, what's up? I have 40 minutes. Like, it's really, really weird. I'm like, how is this ever gonna work?
Yeah, that's
like,
pretty
I don't really
weird.
see it working.
The biggest thing for conversations, this is actually something that I tell people all the time, like if in terms of like building confidence or whatever, the biggest thing when it comes to doing anything like this is you have to be able to talk to people, and that's something that's really, really hard for a lot of people.
I give this lecture a lot too, by the way.
Yeah, so like something that I used to do a lot.
You know, I thought of it first.
Oh yeah, okay. Something that I used to do a lot. I don't really do it as much anymore because I don't think I need to or whatever. But like sometimes when I would like go to the DMV, or if like I'm standing in line at like a supermarket aisle, like you should be able to say something to the person in front of you. You should be able to remark on something and make some sort of comment, and then probably strike up a conversation. Most people that you talk to publicly are actually really friendly, and most of them seem to appreciate a conversation. But one big problem that people have is a lot of people have a really hard time picking up on body language. And when I say body language, I don't mean like is her left eye twitching initially. I just mean like generally, like, is this person comfortable chatting with me right now? Is this person having an enjoyable time? This is kind of that thing I mentioned to you, how I'm not comfortable talking about like the consent thing anymore, because I used to always just say like you shouldn't need like complicated like verbal consent. You should be able to just tell. But a lot of people, a lot of people aren't able to tell. So yeah, I'm not sure.
So Yeah, no, I kind of I encourage people who are having issues, like how do you talk to women or how do you talk to like whoever. I always encourage people to try, just like we have rituals, like you brush your teeth or you have certain rituals in your day that you do every day. I say like a good ritual, try to make a ritual out of talking to people. Like every time you enter a room or like a new place, try to just say a thing to like somebody.
Yeah.
Preferably of the opposite sex. It doesn't have, and don't make it so this is the opener of a conversation that ends with marriage or something. When people go like way too far down the road, just like compliment her, I don't know, her fucking shoelaces or something stupid. Like, doesn't even have to be anything like that amazing. Just get really used to just saying something, like complimenting a person or just striking up any sort of random conversation with a person and then just drop it. And like that will become incredibly easy. And
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
There's a really good quote. Yeah. It's people would care less about what others thought about them if they realized how seldom they do. Like a lot of people have this concept, like people have these delusional fantasies in their mind that they're going to start talking to somebody and then that person is going to be like, why are you talking to me, you fucking loser? Like, what the fuck is wrong? Like everybody look at this guy. Everybody look at this fucking idiot. Like people are, in my personal experience, people are naturally very friendly. Like I've never had a negative interaction, like just like hitting somebody up for a conversation. Like if I'm like in line at the store, like the DMV or some shit, like it's never gone that way. Some people will like say like one thing. Like typically what happens is like sometimes if you open with a comment, like they'll say like one or two things back to you and then they don't really talk anymore. They'll turn around, but other people will kind of like talk and then when they start talking, they'll kind of like stay facing you and it's pretty obvious that you can continue to engage in the conversation. Like I think that if you do it like a couple times, like people would be like really surprised at how easy it is to just talk to random people and like, oh wow, this isn't actually like a fucking horrifying experience.
Especially when you don't have to phrase it like frame the situation as I'm gonna talk to this person and if it's gonna be a win or a lose. Like there are two options. I'm gonna either win this interaction with a date or a phone number, or I'm gonna lose it and this person's not gonna give me a date or phone number. I'm like, don't approach it as like saying a thing. That's the win. The fact that you've approached another person and are able to like make this a much easier thing. So maybe the time comes where you see a person that is actually really attractive to you, you're not going to show up all trembling and like, holy shit, I'm talking to a girl or a guy, whatever. But you can approach it just like you've approached all sorts of conversations before. There's not like so much pressure in it being a win or lose.
Yeah. And even if it is like kind of like a loss, like I think that if you've done that like once or twice, it's not, you have to realize that's not a big deal either. Like if you try to get like a girl's phone number and she says no or whatever, it's fine. Like she didn't want to, like that's okay. Like just because one person's not interested in you doesn't mean that, you know, like nobody is. Like dealing with rejection is something that people have a lot of trouble with too. That goes back to that big meme that I always bring up, that self-esteem meme, because people oftentimes define their personal happiness based on what other people think about them. So if somebody rejects you, it's literally a direct hit to your, like, which is a really bad thing, but.
Not like you though. You're above it all, aren't you?
Well, but I'm probably too far on the other side, so.
I say that like, don't be afraid of rejection, blah blah blah. But honestly, I don't deal with that burden I don't deal with that burden nearly as much as men stereotypically do or traditionally do, because men are traditionally still, in my eyes,
the chasers.
Like for my interactions, in my interactions, they're typically taking on the role to be the like pursuer, and then the woman's the pursuee, and so. I've experienced much more of having the opportunity to reject people than having to put myself out there. So as much as I'm like, don't worry about rejection, blah, blah, blah. And I deal with my own feelings of, I guess, rejection when people like don't want to watch me on Twitch or like say bad and like mean things to me or whatever. That's its own form of rejection, but I feel like this is a different form of rejection, like a one-on-one trying to put yourself out there romantically or sexually and being rejected. I'm not as experienced with that. So I don't know. I don't know. It's gotta be a shitty feeling at first. I'm assuming there's times where I've like been rejected from guys, like an online dating. It's really bizarre. Like, I've done online dating before, and I remember it was like 2 guys I've ever like messaged, and they were guys where I'm like, okay, they're fairly attractive, and we have like a lot in common, and I wrote them something pretty simple, and they would like never get back to me, and I don't know. That always struck me as really weird because guys always talk about how like they never get messages from women. So I'm like, these guys probably don't have their inboxes filled up, and they're not like super dreamy models. Like they're just, you know, whatever, regular guys.
Oh, so they should have been going crazy for that bunny post. Is that what you're saying?
Huh?
Never mind. Sorry, I can't remember. Don't ever let my comments hang like that again, okay? That's incredibly disrespectful.
But I like making your comments hang because you look so stupid.
No, I don't. It was actually a really good comment, okay? It's okay if you didn't appreciate it. You're gonna fuck up this game so hard. I'm gonna laugh at your fucking autism the entire time. It's gonna feel good too.
Anyways, I don't know what I was going with that exactly, but oh yeah. First of all, I wasn't sure like why those the 2 times I've like put myself out there for guys that I'm like these should be like guaranteed message backs, right? But I didn't get message back, and at first like I felt like maybe that was because men never get approached by women, and maybe that was like inherently unattractive to these guys. That like I approached them first, like, oh, what's wrong with her if she's putting herself out there on online dating? Like that never happens. I don't know if there's. I've heard that from some people, but I'm not really sure how legitimate it is.
Oh,
but it also
some
felt
guys
really
do like the meme where it's like if she fucks you on the first date, she fucks everybody on the first date. She's a fucking whore. Like watch out for that
Yeah.
shit. Like people do shit like that. It's not kind of.
Yeah, so who knows? It could be something along those lines, but also it just felt like, even though it was like minimal rejection, it still felt really shitty. Like I didn't like the feeling at all. I just can't imagine having to deal with that potential rejection every single time you're having one of those, you're having like a romantic or sexual type interaction with or whatever sex, dealing with another person romantically, sexually, putting yourself out there and getting rejected over and over and over again. That's gotta, I mean, I'm sure you figure out a way to deal with it, but it just felt
You know, I wouldn't know, but-
shut up. The little bit I have had, like little exposure I've had to feeling rejected in that way, it really fucking sucks. I didn't like it.
One of the things that I think is so fucking important that a lot of people fuck up with is like you just have to realize that different people have different preferences, and there are going to be some people that are just never going to be attracted to you, and that's just like, but that's okay. That's okay. It's like not everybody has to be attracted to you. Like I find that this is like really big when I talk about so there's this fucking phenomenon. I ran into this a lot in fucking high school, okay? There is this phenomenon where you ever notice that there are some people who like they can't let people enjoy something. They have to like in order to make their thing okay, they have to tear the other thing down. Like here's an example of this, okay? Some guys like fat girls, okay? Which is fine, okay? Some fat girls are okay with being fat or whatever, and they want to date people. It's like, okay, sure, whatever, okay? But have you ever seen, like, and I use fat girls here, but really you could use any type of girl. Have you ever seen, like, the type of fat girl who, she can't just say that, like, you know, I'm kind of overweight, but I'm okay with it, whatever, and I'll date people. But instead it's got to be like, why would you want to date a skinny bitch? Like, this chick probably can't cook. She's probably fucking, like, you know, anorexic, blah, blah, blah. Like, you can't, like, leave it alone. It's like, okay, dude, like, you have your preference. That's fine. You don't have to tear down everybody with, like, that's different than you. Like, that kind of shit I see people do a lot, too, to kind of, like, rationalize away, like, any type of rejection that they feel or whatever.
Yeah, that's like a recurring theme that I've noticed a lot on Twitch. Like you can talk about, people always have to, it's either like the one-upping, that the way that a lot of people view life is like a very simplistic, very binary. They don't understand that there could be multiple things that exist to like multiple correct answers to the same question. Like they can't imagine that if I like what's the game that's really similar to Terraria?
You could just do consoles versus PC games. That's a big fucking
yeah.
cancer one.
Yeah, that shit. Like if or say like Xbox versus PS4. If I'm like, oh, I like PS4, and they're like, oh, well, you can't like PS4 because Xbox is better. Like there's this, so many people have this very simplistic way of thinking where they're like, there can only be one thing existing in each category in life, and it's unequivocally correct too.
Yeah.
There's no like differences of opinion, and they also think that and I get this a lot of times. I get people trying to compliment me. They'll show up and say, oh wow, finally not like a whore. This is great. I'm like, you're not really what you're doing is you're trying to put others down so relatively, yeah, you're bringing me up in a way, but it's
in
not
a really
truly
cancerous,
it's a really cancerous way of doing it. Yeah, you're trying to even the playing field by like knocking someone down, or in this case, a lot of people down. because you can't actually organically come up with anything good.
Yeah,
So,
or you
like, a
can't just
person
be
who's, like,
comfortable
overweight-
that like something different exists and,
And
people are okay with it. And that's
Yeah.
fine. And like just that's it. Like
It's really fucking annoying. And I'm
Yeah.
sure I've done it a bunch of times, and it's a bad. If I
people do
I
it with
hate myself for
everything.
it.
I've seen it both ways. You know, like girls with big tits, not as often because usually big tits are seen as desirable. Like girls with big tits will make fun of girls with small tits. But I've heard a lot of like small titted girls that will like say really autistic things about like big titted girls. Like, oh well, like at least I'm not gonna have sagging tits by the time I'm 25. Like
Yeah.
at least like I'm not gonna. It's like motherfucker, please. Like, or how many times you hear I don't know if you personally do this, okay, but like how many times you've heard a girl that has like B's or A's will say some shit like, oh, I would never want D's. I would never want C's. Like, ew, no, I would never want that. Like, oh, that's gross. I'm happy with what I have. It's like, dude, like, shut the fuck up and calm the fuck down. Like, holy shit. Like, yeah. Yeah, dude, that shit is real. That's one of the I used to jerk against this a long time ago. People would always get mad at me for like I hate like the like all the master race subreddits, and people always say like it's just jokes,
Oh, I
but
get really
it's
triggered.
not,
No, I
dude.
get really triggered by
Yeah, like the
shit.
PC
I get
master
really,
race shit.
Really upset. And you know what? I really do attribute it to the fact that a lot of people just don't. I don't know if this is like a. Back in the day, this wasn't the case. I don't really know if that's the case. But it feels like, at least right now, a lot of people don't have real strong identities. They don't really have a real strong sense of self, or maybe
Yeah, so
they
you need
don't
like a
themselves or
community.
something.
Everything you do has to have a community. Like I can't just vape. I have to be like a vapor, or I can't just play PC games. Now I'm a PC gamer, and I have to join the PC gaming subreddit, and I have to hate everybody that plays Xbox and PlayStation. And it's like Jesus fuck. Like why? Where's like the membership, like initiation for this shit? It's so stupid.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of that too, like the membership thing. When humans are social, they want to feel like they belong to a thing.
Yeah,
they
and
wanna
more
think
importantly,
that
they have
thing
to
belong
shit on
wants to be the
someone
best
else.
thing. Yeah, because I don't know where that comes from, but I also think that people just don't have like a real strong sense of self. They're like, why do I like myself? What do I have to bring to the table? Well, I own this console.
What do I own? What do I do?
Yeah, like, who do I associate with? How many likes do I get on fucking Twitter? And especially social media, I think that's really kind of fucked things up because it's no longer just this kind of abstract notion of how do I feel socially, or how do I feel. You know, it's a lot less abstract now, and now it's more.
We have like
we've quantified
quantifiable.
things.
Yeah.
We've quantified this abstract notion of feeling like you're connected and you're part of something. Now it's like, how many followers do I have? How many likes do I get? Like, and it's never ending. Like, I noticed this with myself. I used to be just, I used to not have a Twitter, and then I made a Twitter, and then I started getting followers, and I was like, oh, when I hit 100 followers, it's crazy. And then I've hit 1,000, that's insane. But then now I'm like, well, no, I see everyone around me with a something K as followers. I'm like, I don't have a K next to my number of followers. Mine's under 10,000, so I don't get a K. And so like now I keep raising the bar for myself to when will I ever be happy? What quantity will I be happy at? I know this is a little different because it's my job, but I can easily see this happening for me if I wasn't on Twitch and I was just like, say, socially, just on Twitter or Facebook or whatever,
Yeah.
and just wanting to up my numbers because I can easily see that happening.
This is actually like a big thing that I'll talk about for like consumerism and whatnot, why it's so cancerous is like how many times do you know a person, and if you people in your chat are like decent, well, from my chat, like everybody has experienced this where you want like the next cell phone or the next type of shoe or the next like thing, and it's like all you could think about, and when you finally get it, it's like the coolest thing in the fucking world for like 1 week. But then after it's been broken in, and after you no longer like carry it around in a plastic fucking sleeve, it's no longer like the coolest thing to interact with. You know, it's like, okay, whatever. Like I got this thing, it made me really happy for a couple days, and then it's just like, I'm over it.
Yeah.
Somebody said my floating jungle biome wasn't gonna be helpful. Why? Why did that guy say that thing? %200% pickaxe power. I don't even have that shit.
Waiting for super seducer. Holy shit! Are you serious?
Waiting for what?
Ugh, I just get annoyed so fucking easily with my fucking community.
Why?
I'm like, because they just sit here like fucking little fucking
Waiting to be entertained. Yeah, that's what you're here for.
waiting to be entertained, like fucking puppies just sitting there waiting for their little fucking treat.
That's
and they
good.
can't manage to have a personality or
Because they
have a
love
fucking
you. They're
conversation.
waiting for you to
They're
show them the
literally just
light.
like, oh, when are we playing? We're just waiting for the game. What? Like they just sit there. Ah, you guys disgust me.
They're your children. You can't be mean to them like that.
I don't even want children, and I have all of these children, and they're all shit children.
Oh my god.
Which one's my favorite? None of you are my favorite. Ask and answer my own question. None of you are my favorite. LOL, isn't that what Twitch is?
There, see? Don't bully him. I know you want to bully him really bad right now. Don't bully him, bunny.
I'm just looking to see how old his account is. Just don't worry about it.
Oh my god. You're bullying someone.
What? Do you think I'm always bullying people? Like, what? Am I bullying you right now? Do you feel uncomfortable? Wait, because you don't feel uncomfortable, so you're not being bullied, right?
We'll
But if
see.
you felt uncomfortable, that means you're being bullied.
Maybe.
This whore gets mad when I'm busy surfing my PC Master Race Reddit. Gosh. Whoa. This guy. See, I even took the chat off the screen because that's how worthless you guys are. You don't even have screen time now.
Oh shit. Okay, well you're getting that shit to load in. I'm gonna go chat with the dude for a sec, okay?
Yeah. Are you gonna play with me, by the way? What are we doing?
I mean, I can like watch your shit if you want to talk about it. I don't think there's like a co-op.
I think it'd be funny to if I don't even know how that works, but anyways, okay.
Yeah,
Whatever. Figure it out. Have fun.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. Holy shit, do you have like a giant...
Is my mic messed up?
There's something very, very loud in the background.
Okay, wait, one sec. I can fix this.
Okay.
1 second. Okay, how's that? How's this? Is this any better?
It's okay, sure.
I'm wondering what, it might not be on my mic. I might have it, like, on my webcam as my...
Well, do you have like a fan or something on in the background?
No.
Oh, weird. Okay, well, it went away now, so...
Oh, okay, cool.
Alright, what's up?
Oh, well, this is sort of a broad sort of question, I think, about the status of morality. And I think it underpins a lot of your discussions. I mean, the last time we talked, which was a few months ago,
yeah,
we sort of got into it a bit. But I don't know. I have quite a few arguments in defense of objective morality because you
Okay.
seemed pretty passionate about against the notion of there being like one true objective morality. And maybe you could elaborate a bit on what you mean by that.
Okay, so you seem to know all of these words, so you can tell me if I butcher the fuck out of any of this.
Absolutely.
So I think, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I'm probably a very strict materialist in that I believe that the entire world is related to the existence of physical things and that is the entirety of the universe. Or at least I would say whatever we're capable of interacting with and perceiving. So maybe there does exist some extra supernatural stuff, but it doesn't impact us. We don't interfere with it, and it doesn't interfere with us, right? So I would be a materialist.
Right. It sounds like in the history of philosophy, in like the early 20th century, at the movement known as the logical positivists that try to rule out any notion that didn't interact or refer to anything directly in the physical world.
Okay.
So statements about ethics, for example, are meaningless because within the statement, it is good to help others. Where's the referent there to the real world?
Gotcha. So,
right? So
I would agree that it's meaningless if you're, and I use the expression frame of reference here. Maybe observer would be better. I don't know. But if your frame of reference is the universe, or if the universe is an observer, then I would argue that that is a meaningless statement, right? That any philosophical ought is a meaningless statement. So, for instance, we ought to help children, we ought to be good to our fellow man, or whatever, that those are meaningless statements. But in relation to ourselves as humans, I wouldn't say that those are all meaningless statements. I'm not advocating for like total applied moral relativism or like total nihilism or anything like that, I guess.
Okay, right. But the actual truth value of a moral statement isn't... It would differ depending on the individual, would you say?
Kind of, yeah. Or rather that, like, we should not murder. That statement is true in a different sense than two particles will always exert some gravitational attraction onto each other. That these two statements are different types of truths. Like the difference between like a normative and a descriptive claim, and that these are entirely different things. Like any moral claim you make has no basis in the physical materialistic world. It's just like a human construct, is what I would say.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if I've ever really heard of like a pluralist, because when you say that there's more than one notion of truth, that to me, it doesn't make a ton of sense.
Okay, hold on, wait, because I know that what I'm saying is I'm not the only person to say this, so maybe I just need to find different words. So, for instance, if I were to say Theodore is black, there are two different types of statements I could be making. I could argue that Theodore is black in the sense that his actual physical color is black versus Theodore is black, and that black is some socially constructed notion of race that we as humans have. That one of those statements is like a factual, descriptive claim of a physical property, something on the electromagnetic spectrum that can be measured, etc. And that the other thing is is more of a claim that isn't like that. Is there like a better word to describe this? Do you understand what I'm saying? Or
well, I don't think there's any difference in truth there, because the only thing that makes something true is if, it meets the condition of what we call true. So saying that Theodore is black in the sense of, his skin exhibits like a certain, reflects certain amount of light or whatever, that is true in virtue if as we understand the world, it meets the conditions of what we're considering black in that sense. But if we're talking about black in the sense of, a race and, meets whatever you want to really define black, it's as long as we are meeting what we are considering the definition of black, I don't think the notion of truth changes.
I guess like what I'm getting at is that when you say what we are considering, so if black is defined as a certain wavelength, I don't know if I should say this with the color black. If black refers to a specific wavelength on the EM spectrum, but I don't think it does. I think black is the absence of color. So I'll say yellow. Okay, if yellow refers to a wavelength on the electromagnetic spectrum, this is something that we can define, and it is not relative to an individual's like personal beliefs, but rather it is it's like something that we can give like a rigid definition for. Whereas if two people say this rice dish tastes good, these can be, or if one person says it's good and the other person says it's bad, for both people, these can be true statements, but they're making contrary claims about it. So what am I describing here, I guess?
Well, like even, can we not make descriptive claims about, societal, cultural beliefs? Like saying that, someone is Asian, for example. I don't think you need to reduce that down to any sort of physical level. It's a statement about, what we are considering Asian as a society.
I'm just trying to, but I'm saying that like different people could consider it differently, is what I'm saying. What would you call these statements where people can have disagreements on what you're calling matters of fact?
I don't really know if they're it comes down to I don't know. I'm not really familiar with any sort of system that would differentiate between the two because
Well, like, so
truth doesn't differ depending on the context.
So let's just stick with the food example then. Two people eat a rice dish. One guy says this dish tastes bad, and the other one says this dish tastes good. These are things that each person has personal subjective feelings about. How can they both make? And nobody would argue, I don't think, that either statement is false. So how can two people make contradictory claims about the same thing and both statements be true? How is this possible?
So it comes down to your view about meaning and what counts as meaningful and what counts as meaningless. I'd assume from your point of view, you'd consider either claim. For example, I think you or someone who holds a similar position would probably translate the statement, this food tastes good, to something like, I have a emotional feeling that makes me feel pleasure when I eat this food. You'd want to translate it to something like that because that's actually referential to something in the real world as opposed to some normative claim about what goodness is. So you would deny that any claim about aesthetics is probably what this would fall under, have any sort of truth value. And so the claim, this food is good, really doesn't have any objective truth value. It's, as a guy named AJ Iyer, who I absolutely detest, argued that claims about aesthetics and moral judgments are really just emotional reactions.
Yeah, that was going to be that's what I was going to ask you next then. Couldn't I make that same argument then about moral claims, that these are things that make me feel good rather than these are actual objective claims?
Well, the emotivism was born out of logical positivism and the view that anything that doesn't refer to something in the real world is meaningless. And, you know, within the philosophical community now, logical positivism is dead because it doesn't work. It's very much self-refuting. And so really lying at the heart...
Can you, for the listeners that might not know what that is, can you define logical positivism?
Well, it's a very hard thing to clearly define, but I can give my best go at it because it's basically, it's an umbrella term for a whole bunch of different views that were born, out of Bertrand Russell and G.E. Moore's empiricism. And it was against if anyone knows about, idealism and German idealism, it was revolting against the notion of, some omnipotent and a lot of subjectivism, whatever. And it was all reducing it down to empirical concepts. So basically, the most common form of logical positivism today, I think, and one that actually I think most scientists hold, I would say most scientists are probably logical positivists, is falsificationism, which is Popper's view.
Is that the idea that if something can't be falsified, it's not worth consideration, or?
Exactly. If hypothesis or any statement is not falsifiable, then it is not a meaningful statement.
Okay. This sounds like stuff that I might believe in. Does that make me a bad person?
Well, I mean, do you want me to give you a case as to why it just doesn't work right off the bat?
Yeah.
I mean, I love talking about this stuff. So a few issues with falsificationism is the fact that it rules out purely existential hypotheses. Like, for example, if I say, let me think of a good example, because I don't want to give a misleading example that's confusing. Let me think here. Something like, there exists at least one unicorn, for example. That becomes a meaningless statement.
Okay.
Even though it doesn't, because you can never falsify a statement like that, right?
Sure.
There exists at least one unicorn.
But is there a reason why I shouldn't think that's a meaningless statement, or?
Well, because if you extend that to things like, let me think. Again, I have to think of a good example that isn't utterly misleading.
Okay.
Because if I don't, actually, here I could think of a better way to put this.
Okay.
I'm trying to think about how I can. Do you have like a piece of paper or something maybe that you can?
Sure.
Or I can do it. So let's say we have two sentences. Okay.
Okay.
Let's call one sentence S.
Okay.
And we call one sentence N.
Okay.
let S be the sentence, this apple is red.
Okay.
Okay, this is by the falsificationist criterion about what it takes for something to be meaningful. This is clearly a meaningful statement.
Yes.
Because if I look at the apple and it's blue, well, it's falsified. I can hypothetically falsify that statement, so it's meaningful.
Okay.
And let's take the statement, the absolute is beautiful, as my other statement.
Okay.
That's not falsifiable. How would you even begin trying to falsify something like that? So clearly that's a meaningless statement.
Okay.
And now let's combine those two sentences together and create a conjunction of the two, S and N.
Okay.
So both the apple is red and the absolute is beautiful. That conjunction is in itself falsifiable. And that is quite confusing. And I think maybe someone in your position would try to object to something like that, that really isn't a meaningful sentence because it contains a constituent, that being that the absolute is beautiful, and it starts to imply that that itself is falsifiable.
Well, I
Does
mean,
that make sense?
I would just look at it as two statements, and if one is false, then the entire statement is falsifiable, right?
But in natural language, we usually don't do that because
well, but we're not talking we're talking philosophy right now, right? If somebody says like the officer is taller and stronger than you, if the officer was taller and weaker than me, then I would argue, well, that statement is false without any kind of.
Yeah, but both of those things are meaningful statements that you just made.
Yeah, but it's also, but those are also falsifiable statements as well.
Right. That's why they're meaningful. It's because they are falsifiable.
Sure, but I guess like if I were to tackle these two statements, you would tackle the claims individually. Just conjoining the statements doesn't mean that you all of a sudden are so like let's say for instance the man is taller and more handsome than you, right? That in that statement you would grapple with two separate claims. Well, is he taller? Yes or no? And then is he more handsome? Well, you can't meaningfully answer that, so you would just answer the first claim and you would say that the second one is meaningless or undefinable or subjective or whatever. Right?
I suppose so, but I feel like in natural language we don't really do that.
Well, what is I don't understand how the natural language is used for anything here.
I mean, this really goes even further, like further down, because this connects to so many different branches, and I don't want to get overly off topic, but this will actually tie into something I'll say later on. So there's this guy. He's my favorite philosopher.
Okay.
His name is Thomas Kuhn.
Whoa! No racial slurs on my channel, please.
Oh, right.
I'm just fucking sorry, God.
K-U-H-N.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'm just fucking.
Clarification. And he's a very famous. He leveled a very famous attack against Karl Popper. In that. Okay, so let's say that we are a falsificationist. Okay.
Okay.
What the falsificationist is ultimately going to say is that in science, we should be trying to falsify our theories, correct?
Or at least posit statements that are falsifiable, but sure, yeah.
Right. I feel like I'm going way too off track here because because originally what I was trying to, we can get.
Well, this might be ultimately relevant. Like if we find something that we can't agree on here, this might be the reason why.
You're fine with sort of diverging and going off the
so
path
like
and coming back.
based on what you've described so far, it sounds like I would be a hardcore logical positivist. That I would make the argument that any statement that is unfalsifiable is just wholly unworthy of consideration. That it's not an interesting statement that I would ever care to dissect or anything.
Okay. So let's leave that there for a second, and let me introduce to you sort of a new line of thinking.
Okay.
About scientific progress, because this is going to tie right into my view on morality and why objective morality is a necessity if we're going to do anything in the world.
Okay.
So when we talk about scientific progress, if you had to map scientific progress like on a graph where the x-axis is time and y is our level of knowledge about the world, how do you think you would graph that?
Time, well, are we talking it's really hard to answer this. Wait, so you're saying we've got time on one axis and technological progress on another axis?
Yeah, progress, scientific progress, our empirical understanding of the way that the world works.
I mean, you could wrestle with this in so many different ways. Like on one hand, you know, I would argue that this would be something that would fuck, I forgot in calc there are names for like all these types of curves. I drew it on stream, but it would be something that like increases slowly and then over the past, you know, whatever, like has exponentially
so, like,
increased.
In the Dark Ages, it would be a little bit, the slope would be, you know,
flatter,
quite a lot less steep than in modern day. And right now we'd probably be on like the
highest, yeah,
curve.
Something like that, yeah. I could see one argument for that, but then I could also see some arguments as people saying that like the discovery of agriculture was something that was monumentally huge, more important than say the discovery of the smartphone. That wouldn't even like compare. So like, but yeah, but I'll answer with the exponential curve because that seems to be the most reasonable answer. But I could see other answers there, but I don't know how relevant that is. Sorry. Okay.
Okay. I just PM'd you in Discord an image of the classical Popperian view about scientific progress, and I know that there's going to be different. It doesn't really matter how linear that is. It's just your picture would be something similar to that. And let me show you my personal view of how scientific progress has looked like. And in general, the almost universally accepted view in the philosophy of science as well is this kind of image, which might seem really counterintuitive at first. Like, how is that possible? But I 100% agree with it.
And the Kuhn one?
Yes, the Kuhn one. And so you could obviously see the difference there. So what Kuhn describes in his book, Scientific Revolutions, it's essentially about how whenever we undergo a huge paradigm shift, and that means something going from, like, for example,
agriculture or the printing press age or cars or whatever, right?
I wouldn't think about like technological advancements in the sense. I think about the actual way we approach science. So something like Ptolemaic astronomy versus Copernican, like the Copernican revolution. Oh, actually we revolve around the sun, blah, blah, blah. Or the best example would be going from Newtonian mechanics to something like general relativity.
Okay.
It's a completely new theory about the way that the world works. And Kuhn essentially says that every time we undergo this scientific revolution, we give up all the knowledge that we've achieved about the world, and we have to completely start over.
Ooh,
and the reason why,
you can justify that, but I'm very much in disagreement with that. But sorry, go ahead.
Right. Well, if we look at the actual axioms of these paradigm systems, if we look at the axioms of Newtonian mechanics, they are completely different than those of general relativity.
Sure.
You can't absorb the theories that we've gained from Newtonian mechanics and just plug it into general relativity. It doesn't work that way. Yes, you can adapt them, you can adjust them, modify them to make them just as predictive and accurate as they were previously, but it doesn't just transfer like that. For example, mass in Newtonian mechanics means something completely different than mass in general relativity. Mass is something that can, it speeds up, and mass is just a constant in the Newtonian mechanics picture. And that might be a bit off or whatever, but that's sort of generally the gist of things. And what Kuhn wants to argue is that because of these paradigm shifts, really, at the root of everything, science is very much a subjective discipline. And this is also my view. I think people like to say science is objective, right? It's really just a real representation of the way that the world is. And I sort of got into this last time when I was talking about
anti-scientific realism or whatever.
Yeah, and I got a lot of shit about that on your subreddit. I got links to.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We can know that shit.
It was just very funny to me because people weren't really understanding.
Yeah, we're missing the point. Yeah, I understand.
But to viewers that are listening, I think people should understand that when I say that, a sentence like, the electron or an electron actually exists, why that isn't a completely true statement is because ultimately you can create a very similar hypothesis where you just add a conjunction to that hypothesis, or say that there is something like an electron that exhibits the same properties that it does, but it may not be an electron. They're empirically adequate.
Sure.
They're the exact same.
Okay.
But and what I'm trying to say is that I'm not trying to say that science is a useless, field of inquiry and that we shouldn't be doing science. No, science is, people should be going into science. We need more scientists more than anything else right now. Absolutely. But really,
Okay, well, here, let's focus on like one statement at a time, so we don't get too lost. So the first one was that anytime a paradigm shift happens,
Yes.
all of the old knowledge is not really applicable to the new knowledge when,
The
when
new
a paradigm
paradigm,
shift
yeah.
occurs. Okay, and I can agree with that. Okay, sure.
okay, and so the Popperian currently is operating within this field of scientific inquiry where he says that we should be constantly trying to falsify our current statements. And if you look at our graph, if you look at our Kuhnian map right here, you'll see that there are periods of times where we don't undergo paradigm shifts. For around 200 to 300 years, we operated solely within Newtonian mechanics. And yeah, you had little people bringing up what Kuhn calls anomalies within the system, like, oh, this thing can't really be explained by Newtonian mechanics, blah, blah. He essentially says that we gain more and more and more anomalies within our system, and eventually we're forced to give it up for something new because it's going to allow us to have a more accurate representation of the world. But it is within these paradigms that we conduct normal science, which is, creating technological advances, creating medicines, creating vaccines, creating MRI machines.
Okay.
But Popper's picture is that we should be constantly trying to falsify every theory about the world that we have. The scientist's duty as a scientist is to falsify our theories. And
I take issue with that statement without it being elaborated on more. I'm sorry, I just don't want to let too many premises build, and then I'm like lost. So can you elaborate on that? I don't agree that anybody views, unless it's in some different way you mean it, I don't think that a scientist's job is to falsify everything.
I'm saying this is Popper's view. It might not be your view. I'm not.
Okay, let me be more firm on that. I don't think that any reasonable scientific person thinks that their job is solely to falsify existing knowledge.
Right, it's to work within our realm of science and try to create new technology.
Sure,
and,
or even more theoretically to verify our existing models, right? For instance, when the LHC...
that would be done by falsification.
Well, okay, I guess maybe the way that you use falsification here, like, would you say that if you set out to confirm something is true, that's also a form of falsification?
Yeah, you're trying to falsify the initial hypothesis.
Okay. So when the LHC is
Mm-hmm.
created, right, and they test for the existence of the Higgs boson, that's seeking the verification that particle exists. You would consider that to be a falsification attempt?
I should go in and elaborate. There are two forms of positivism here between verificationism and falsificationism. The verificationists say that we should aim to verify statements. The falsificationists, hypotheses. The falsificationist says that we should try to falsify hypotheses.
This seems like a strange binary because I feel like most people agree with both of those statements.
No, you can't have both. It's impossible. It becomes logically inconsistent.
Gotcha. So I have a semantic misunderstanding then. I'm not understanding something about these statements then.
Right. So if let's talk about verificationism, for example. Sure. Early proponents, anyone interested in doing some reading, A.J. Ayer, Schlick, the founder of the Vienna Circle, it's essentially a statement is going to be meaningful if it is, there are two forms of verification. There's the strong version and the weak version. The initial version of verificationism was that in order for a statement to be meaningful, you have to be able to actually verify it. And you can see the actual issue with this immediately because think about statements like Alexander the Great had a nephew named Bob, okay? We want to say that's a meaningful statement, but because it's happened in the past, we can't actually verify that statement. It's impossible.
Well, but if it can't be these examplos I feel like are hurting you because if you can't verify that statement, then I would argue that it is a meaningless statement. Unless you're
what about a statement like there was a war in 1812 between America and the British Dominions? You can't verify that either. So clearly,
wait, can't we? With like records and.
So for something to be verified, it has to be observationally verified, and this goes into pretty complex terminology, but a verificationist essentially restricts all observation sentences to either logical connectives, so things like and, or, if then, there exists an element like.
Wait, but then this
and.
person could never believe in any historical statement ever, no?
Correct. Yeah, and I'm trying to
So-
say that that's why people ditched that form and they went to the weak form of verification. I'm just giving like a little rundown.
Oh,
of what
okay. The
verification
weak
is.
versus strong. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then so the weak component of verificationism says that a statement is meaningful if and only if it is in principle verifiable. So there's some logical possibility that I could have verified that. I could have gone back in time and met Alexander the Great, and he could tell me, no, I don't have a nephew. In fact, I can't have sex or something like that, right? And boom, we have a way to rule out that possibility, and there you go.
Okay.
It's clearly false, and that's what verificationism is. Falsification says that a statement or a hypothesis is meaningful if and only if we can possibly falsify it. And the reason why they wanted to do this is because for verificationists, it's impossible to consider general statements as being meaningful. Like a statement such as all men are mortal, it's impossible, even logically, to verify a statement like that. So seemingly we have to give up our claims about the way the world works, because any sort of universal statement or general statement becomes meaningless. A statement, any sort of scientific laws, they become meaningless.
Well,
Because
I don't think that. I feel like you can still live with that. Like, this is gonna sound like a really strange caveat, and maybe Kawhi could speak to this better. But I think that like most physicists would agree that you could possibly construct another universe where the laws of physics are different, or it might be possible in some part of our unobserved universe where the laws of physics are different, but we assume that they function the same everywhere for probabilistic reasons. Like all of our observations thus far have been correct, so we have no reason to believe that. But for instance, like I don't think and I could be wrong on this, but I don't think that like the strongest physicist would say something like, I will confidently assert that 100% our laws of physics are uniform throughout the entire possible, even the unknown universe. I don't know, like if a physicist would make that statement, or would even care to make that statement, or would even care to comment on it because it's a meaningless statement. No? Or do you think that's not fair of me to say that?
I don't think it's fair of you to say that, because I think underlying that claim is really a claim about what is meaningful and what isn't. So it sort of becomes circular if you're trying to argue.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess I would argue that a statement like that is by definition meaningless. I guess would be my what I would feel.
Well, historically, the inner circle, the logical positivists, said, okay, let's do away with verificationism and go to falsificationism, because we can falsify general statements and scientific laws. And that's why they shifted to falsificationism, because, you don't run into issues like that. And for a variety of reasons, falsificationism was also abandoned for an even more complex form of logical positivism. But ultimately, like I said, logical positivism is largely dead because of, I can tell you why, like the most famous objection to logical positivism, it's Goodman's objection. And it's, I think, the most interesting thought experiment in philosophy, actually. And it's called...
hit me up with it.
It's called the GRU hypothesis. Let me pull it up. Yes, Goodman's new rule of induction. You can probably Google that even. And there's a perfect, yes. Goodman defined GRU relative to an arbitrary but fixed time t as follows. An object is GRU if and only. It's probably better if you read it yourself.
Okay, do you want to link me in the thing and all?
Yeah, sure. People ask in the chat who I am. I'm a philosophy specialist.
Specialist now. Oof.
Well, that's what it's called here. I guess it's called major in America.
Oh, okay. Wait, where are you from again? Are you Canadian?
I'm Canadian, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I think there are... my program anyways is called... You do like a philosophy specialization or a philosophy and mathematics specialization.
Gotcha. Okay. Goodman defined GRU relative to an arbitrary but fixed time t as follows. An object is GRU if and only if it is observed before t and is green, or else is not so observed and is blue. An object is bleen if and only if it was observed before T and is blue, or else it is not so observed and is green. Why can't we just use real colors? Is that
Because it's the whole point about that's
Sure.
the whole
To
point.
understand the problem Goodman posed, it is helpful to imagine some arbitrary future time, say T, January 1st, 2028. For all green things we observe up to time T, such as emeralds and well-watered grass, both the predictive green and GRU applies. Likewise, for all blue things we observe up to time T, such as bluebirds or blue flowers, both the predictive blue and bleen apply. On January 2nd, 2028, however, emeralds and well-watered bleen and bluebirds or blue flowers are GRU. Clearly, the predicates green, GRU, and bleen are not the kinds of predicates we use in everyday life or in science, but the problem is that they apply in just the same way as the blue up until some future time T. From our current perspective, how can we say which predicates are more projectable into the future?
Right. So if any sort of hypothesis can be combined with some random conjunction and be just as valid. And what this ultimately does is it completely shatters what we call the logical view of induction. And, the scientific method.
I feel like it's just in looking at this and giving my gut reaction, like it feels like a fun logic problem. But is it possible?
No.
Can you give me like a single way that this would be applicable to any statements?
Quantum mechanics, Bayesian quantum mechanics was born out of the new rule of induction.
Okay, what about like a macro level thing that I would understand?
I think people think that the scientific method is something that has stayed constant over a period of time. And a lot of people think that philosophy is very much useful in the realm of science. But the question of what is evidence for a theory was a hugely hotly contested debate for 100 years, and it still is. What should we consider evidence for theory? There's something called the Raven's paradox, which is so applicable to science. It's not even funny. If I have the hypothesis all ravens are black, seemingly a black raven is going to a raven that is black is going to support my claim that all ravens are black. However, if I find a non-black, non-raven, so like a red shoe, that also supports my hypothesis that all ravens are black.
I guess it's just like the reason why I just don't like this thought process so much is because that doesn't seem like a meaningful statement that like a scientist would make. Like I don't know like if a biologist would ever make the statement all ravens are black, but rather a statement that's more akin to like ravens are almost predominantly or are predominantly black because of this reason. If you modify this or this or this, it's possible that the species or whatever I don't know, whatever the fuck you call it, that we identify as a raven could also be another color. Like I feel like those would be more in line. This is why I'm trying to find like, can you give me one statement, something that I would think is like a logical statement, like this is a totally true statement, it's sound and valid, and then you get or just a statement, I guess. Sorry, I can't be sound and valid. But like you give me like a logical statement, and then you apply this thinking to it, and then I'm like, oh shit, like oh well, I guess you're right. Like this totally makes it so this statement falls apart. Like something that doesn't involve like a super absurd hypothetical and a super absurd conditional statement.
Sure, absolutely. If I, for example, say like Einstein's theory of special relativity.
Okay. Well, okay, go ahead. Finish it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was gonna say, like, can you give me like a statement that's not like a really esoteric, like an ultra?
So you want in between really simple and complicated.
Well, you can give me something simple too, but just something that's like meaningful. Like I would never imagine like all ravens are black is going to be like a hugely like something that I can like give me something that fails in my logic system, because I feel like that's something that in my current logic system I could reconcile. Like I would just never make the statement all ravens are black. I would say like ravens tend to be black, or most ravens are black, and that would solve that and still be consistent with everything I know to be true about ravens. Or if I was a biologist, I would imagine. But you can try the Einstein statement. Go for that.
Well, no. That I agree that is a bit too complex. But okay, let's consider a hypothesis that might be false and probably is false. But for example, the statement all Democratic voters will vote for a Democratic candidate. Okay, obviously we know that's a false statement, but that's besides the question.
Okay.
So, for example, what would be a piece of evidence that supports that hypothesis? Well, clearly, a Democratic voter who did vote for a Democratic candidate, right?
Okay.
But we can modify the logical structure of all, if we're just using basic logic, which is the underpinning of mathematics, of our entire language, we can modify the statement that all Democrats will vote for a Democratic candidate by switching it to be that. What is it? Actually, I might be able to also just link you this. Anyways, it's saying that all Ravens or all Democrats vote for Democratic. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up in my words.
It's okay.
By saying that all Democrats
Uh-huh.
vote for a Democratic candidate, that is equivalent to saying that if someone is not a Democrat, they will not vote for a Democratic candidate.
Wait, logically, I don't think those statements are equivalent.
I have to let me write it down.
Yeah,
because this will make
because
it
saying
a lot
all
easier.
if you say that only Democrats will vote, if only Democrats and all Democrats will vote for a Democratic candidate, then that would mean that any non-Democrat would not. But
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
I've written it down. Here we go.
Okay.
All Democrats will vote for a Democratic candidate or vote for a Democratic candidate
Okay.
if someone is not a Democrat.
Okay.
If someone has not voted for a Democratic candidate, then they are not a Democrat. There we go.
Correct. Okay.
Took me a while, but I got it. Thank God.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see if we have these, two, let's call them equations. We'll see that the first one is satisfied by someone who is a Democrat and has voted for a Democratic candidate.
Okay.
But notice that that second equation is satisfied by someone who didn't vote for a Democratic candidate and isn't a Democrat.
Okay.
And those are logically equivalent hypotheses, and they are supported by the exact same evidence. So it seems that, a Republican who voted for Ted Cruz equally supports my hypothesis that all Democrats vote for a Democratic candidate.
Okay.
And this was an issue for like 30, it still is an issue, really. It's been more resolved now as we've moved to a subjective interpretation of probability. But this paradox.
Wait. What's the paradox that's being created here? I don't understand.
That it's a lot easier to explain in terms of black ravens. I've said it so often. But
Okay.
basically, a red shoe equally supports my hypothesis that, a raven is black just as much as a black raven does. Does that really make any sense to you?
Well,
Hey,
no,
Jim,
because you're not
I've got
saying
new
that you're
evidence
not
for our
saying.
hypothesis. I've got a red boot, right?
I guess my problem is that I like the Democrat problem because this is something that could be rooted in data that we
Okay,
can
sure.
observe and talk about. Because the problem I'm running into is that no reasonable person, it sounds, would make the statements that you're using as our logical arguments here. Like nobody would make the statement that all ravens are black, and this is a statement that needs
Okay.
to be tested or verified or falsified. This is what I mean when I say that.
I'm writing down.
Yeah, sure.
I'm writing down the equation so I don't stumble over my words here.
Okay, yeah. This is where a trolley problem, right, is a really good question to make you second guess your moral philosophy because this is highly applicable. I can draw parallels to many real life things. Would you pull one lever to kill one person to save four? Would you push somebody in front of the train tracks to kill four people? Well, if you
Right.
answer no to that, well, what about or if you answer yes to that, what about killing somebody to harvest their organs? Well, these are very real, very applicable. Okay, well, I can immediately see the consequence of my moral system here, and it's an interesting question to think about. But these statements of all ravens are black, no reasonable person would ever make this statement. So it's it just seems like a really it's an interesting logic problem to think about where we can hardcore analyze some very, very, very simplistic forms of logic, but no scientific statement, it seems in the real world, ever functions this way. No scientist publishes a paper saying, here's my logic statement, all ravens are black, and then let's argue philosophy about it.
I mean, they're both thought experiments. I completely disagree because if you want, you can, transfer this to an everyday case like the Democratic problem. The reason that we use the Ravens example is because it's easy. It doesn't require me stumbling over my words,
Sure.
etc. Right?
I guess I just have a
can
problem
create
because
a
that-
really convoluted, for example, the trolley problem. When does that ever come up in real life? It doesn't.
Tons of times. Oh, we
No. Modified versions.
Modified versions of it. But the problem is that when I ask you for a modified version of the Raven problem, it seems like the reason why you run into a difficulty is because you realize the absurdity of the question that we would never.
No.
No.
The reason I come into a difficulty with it is because I'm really not all that great at thinking on the spot. I would struggle to come up with a
Sure.
modified version of the trolley problem. I'm being
Really?
completely
I think you
honest here.
could. Well, but now you might not do it just to prove me wrong. But like,
but again, like I don't understand. I feel like you're trying to. I don't see the relevance of this at all, because ultimately I've given you an example that is very much relevant.
well, I
to
guess like the
political
problem is
science
that
at the moment.
so I use a form. I guess I would be a logical positivist, and that I want things to be falsifiable when I make statements. And when I think of this, I'm thinking of very relevant questions such as like, does God exist? Do ghosts exist? Do people have spirits or whatever? Right. So these are questions that are generally unfalsifiable, and for reasons very relevant to the real world, I consider them not considerable, that we shouldn't spend time considering these things. So when you challenge my thought system, you're challenging me and you're saying that I think that your view of the world is wrong, here is why, and then I go, okay, that's interesting. Can you posit me a question that I should be reconsidering? And then you say, okay, well, what about the statement, all ravens are black? It's like, this is a statement that in my current thought process, I would never make. So it's like, what is the relevance to this statement and making me analyze and this might just be my inability to understand or fully grasp your analogy too, but it's like, this is the problem that I'm having right now, because all of the statements that you're giving me that fall apart under logical positivism are statements that I would never make being a logically positivist person, I guess.
Okay, look, when a
Okay.
scientist
Uh-huh.
is being taught science, okay, and
Okay.
at the very foundation of the scientific method is this theory that we can take real world observational sentences and
Mhm.
use them as evidence for certain hypotheses.
Sure.
But all of that immediately falls apart if we don't have a definitive understanding of what the word evidence means, what gets to be evidence and what doesn't get to be evidence.
Okay.
The initial response to this question was that, okay, well, anything that satisfies the hypothesis is obviously evidence for the theory. But what this Raven's paradox shows is that something like a red boot is just as much evidence for
but
the hypothesis
can't
that all
you-
ravens are black.
Couldn't you also, under the same logically positivist thing, test for like a null hypothesis as well? Like, so let me give another thought experiment, okay? And this is one that I've heard before, okay? So let's say that I'm thinking of a pattern of numbers, okay? Or I've got a pattern in my head, okay? And my pattern, the numbers that I generate with this pattern is 10, 20, and 40. I want you to give me new patterns, and then I'll tell you if it matches the internal pattern, and then you guess the pattern, and I'll tell you if you're right or wrong, right? So I say 10, 20, 40. Somebody will likely guess the pattern 20, 40, 80, and I'll say that matches the pattern, and then they'll guess the pattern, okay, well, it must be doubling the number every time, and then I'll say they're wrong, and then we play this game for an hour or whatever, and then eventually, even though all of your things are confirming your incorrect hypothesis, when you, if you try to test the null hypothesis, so say you do like a decreasing order of numbers, I'll say it's wrong, well, now you get closer to like a true statement, right? And eventually the pattern is like, it's just increasing numbers, that's it. There's nothing greater than that. But you could still arrive at that, even though you are testing a hypothesis with even though you're testing a pattern with like the wrong hypothesis in mind, you can still use logical positivism to eventually verify your hypothesis. No? Am I totally lost here? Does that make sense what I'm saying? Or
I almost have no idea what you just said. I think you very much missed the whole point of the
Okay.
Raven's paradox, which is essentially to call into question what scientists and philosophers of science have generally regarded as evidence.
I
You
guess
know,
like my problem is like, let's say I make the statement, things
but Ray-
dropped,
look,
things dropped fall, right? This is like all ravens are black, and then you would say, okay, well everything that you drop that falls, verify.
No, it's not the same, because in our contemporary usage of language, when something falls, it analytically, by
Trolley
definition,
problem,
is dropped. Those are
YAYY.
synonyms, okay? And that's an analytic statement.
Okay,
A
I'm
scientific
sorry. What about
hypothesis-
if you hold something up and let go of it, it will fall? How about that?
Sure.
Okay. So, but
I
you're
mean-
saying that like I'm not allowed to generalize this if I observe it in all cases.
Well, no, look,
or-
if you want to use that example, that's perfectly fine. That would mean that every time I don't drop something, I'm technically providing evidence for that statement. I'm absolutely, because so what was that hypothesis?
Okay, so if I let go of something, it will fall.
Let go. So all things that are let go
Will fall.
things that are let go.
And then I would obviously modify the
So-
fuck out of the statement. So all things that aren't levitating or being like propulsion, like jet propulsion, or
Yes,
floating through the
yes.
air, or something like that, right? Like not a bird or whatever.
Okay, so we can restate all things that are let go will fall as if something does not fall, it is not let go. And so let's look at these two statements. What will satisfy as evidence for all things that are let go will fall? Well, clearly, something that is both let go and falls. What satisfies if something does not fall, it is not let go? Well, clearly, something that is not falling and has not been let go of. So if I am holding a pencil,
Okay.
this is just as much evidence for your hypothesis that all things that are let go will fall as me letting go of a golf ball and watching it fall to the floor.
Wait, so why are those two things equivalent?
Because they are logically equivalent statements. I can look, if S or if L, then F. That's how I have it written here.
Okay.
That is logically equivalent to if not F, then not L. You can pull out a philosophical truth table, and you know. You can
Wait,
prove
is that
if you
actually
want.
true? If L, then wouldn't you have to modify the statement with if and only if L, then F? Don't
No.
you? I don't. Oh, hold on.
I'll
No,
just
I don't.
TM you
No,
this
no.
image.
This can't be correct. If
It is
L,
correct.
then F. If not F, then not L. No way.
I've just sent you the thing.
Then F. I can't believe this. So let's say that if strong, then policeman. If you're not a policeman, then you're not strong. Or wait, hold on. Wait, maybe that is. Hold on. Wait, if L. Wait, hold on.
I
never
think
mind. It might be completely true. Hold on. Let me just
Yes,
let
it
this
is
sink in.
true.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on.
I mean, this is the basic tenet of a material conditional.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. If
Yeah.
the if word, I read a really retarded logic problem like 3 weeks ago with some stupid shit, and it fucked my head because they were using statements differently than I'm used to seeing them. Okay.
Right.
If means if and only if, right? Are those two
No.
things? No, it's not.
They're two totally different things. If and only if it's a necessary condition back and forth. If so, for example, if I say if P then Q, that is true in 3 different scenarios and is false in one. It is true if P is true and Q is true. It is true if P is false and Q is false. And it is true if P is false and Q is true. The only case where it is false is if P is true and Q is false. I mean, do you want me? I can pull up the logic table for you. Truth table.
No, I understand.
Yeah, and then where's if and only if? Yeah, if and only if is equivalence.
Yeah, never mind. Okay, I think I understand.
Okay.
So if we use strong and policeman, if someone's strong, then they're a policeman.
Mm-hmm.
That means that all strong
Evidence-
people are policemen? Is that an equivalent statement or no?
So no, you can go from we call this universal induction.
Okay.
You can go from a statement like, for all policemen, or for all X, if X is a policeman, then they are strong.
Okay.
Then they are strong. Okay.
That means that not all strong people are
And
policemen.
from that, you can go, if you are a policeman, then you are strong. You can carry from that universal hypothesis to the material conditional. And evidence for that hypothesis will be a policeman who is strong, right?
Or someone who's not a policeman who's not strong.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. That's what the Raven's paradox is saying. And that is very unintuitive. So if I'm a scientist who is wanting to, or if I'm a political
Wait,
scientist.
real quick.
Yeah.
Would testing that this opposite statement is that considered the contrapositive?
Yes.
Okay.
That is what that
Is
is called.
testing-
No, it's by contraposition, they are equivalent to each other. Yes.
Okay. So when you test the contrapositive statement, is that
Mhm.
the same thing as testing the null hypothesis?
Yes. Null hypothesis. Sorry. What do you mean by null hypothesis?
Like hold on, let me make sure I have all this shit right. It's a general statement or default position that there is no relationship between two measured phenomenon or no association among groups. Like, so if I say that if you're strong, then you're a policeman, I want to find how would you test the null hypothesis? By trying to find a policeman who isn't strong, or by trying to find somebody who's strong that isn't a policeman? Which one of these is considered the null hypothesis? No.
I think you've gone a bit into statistics and statistical hypothesis testing, which is already past this sort of timeline that we're
yeah, sure. I'm
operating
sorry.
in.
I'm just trying to figure out how this
There,
fits.
there's no null hypothesis in this.
No.
You
In this, there's not. No. Yeah, this is totally not related to logical statements. I understand that. I'm just trying to think of in terms of, because part of testing for a valid hypothesis is also testing the null hypothesis to make sure that the correlation that you found actually exists and it doesn't just exist everywhere and you're fucking yourself or something. But if you're not familiar with this, okay, never mind.
But anyways, the ultimate point is that if I'm a political scientist, going back to our Democratic candidate example,
okay,
if I'm the political scientist and I'm overseeing a group of people, I don't want one of them to come up to me and say, "Hey, just got new evidence for your hypothesis, boss. I found a Republican who voted for Ted Cruz. We've just got more evidence for your hypothesis." I'd rather someone come up to me saying, "Oh, hey, I just found this Democrat. He says that he voted for Hillary Clinton."
But in the scientific process, aren't both of those things like almost? I don't want to say equally. Well, yeah, like equally important.
Really? Are they? Do we really want to?
So let's say we go back to that one statement, our one convoluted hypothesis. So our one convoluted statement. We say that all people that voted for Obama are Democrats. Is that what we're saying? That all people that voted for a Democrat are Democrats?
All people that are Democrats,
all
that
people that
consider
are Democrats.
themselves Democrats,
Yeah.
voted for a Democratic candidate.
All people that are Democrats voted
for a Democratic candidate. Which is clearly a false statement. We know that, but that's
fine. No,
regardless
but just
of
for
it.
sake of our argument, yeah, I understand.
Yes.
I'm not being pedantic, or not pedantic. I'm not being then Okay, so if you are a Democrat, if you're a Democrat, then you vote for a Democratic candidate, right? That's our if-then statement, right? So if you're not a Democrat, then you did not vote for a Democratic candidate. Yeah, so like
No, other way around.
If you're not, if you didn't vote for a Democratic candidate, then you're not a Democrat, right?
Yes, that is the equivalent. Yeah.
Okay, so then if we were to test every single Democrat in the United States, and all of them voted Democrat, isn't this not enough information to prove our hypothesis? Don't we need to test non-Democrats to make sure that it's still true? Wouldn't that be? Wouldn't a normal scientist agree to that? That you would need to test that to make sure that you don't have a spurious correlation? I shouldn't use these words, but looking at the logical statement, wouldn't you have to test non-Democrats to make sure that you're finding multiple like that the evidence on the other side is true as well?
I think this is coming out of the issue that I've chosen a very specific example in political science that actually has to do with political affiliations, and it depends on what that scientist actually wants to observe. But
I would argue
as the subject
that if you're going to make the statement, so the statement was, the original statement was, if you identify as a Democrat, you voted for a Democratic candidate.
That was the original, yeah. Well, can we not use Black Ravens? This makes this so much easier to understand. And I
just hate the Black Raven because it's such a statement that would never be made. If we could focus on a real world statement.
You can replace that with a real problem solution if you want. Like the one I just gave.
Okay, we'll use Black Ravens, okay? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
What is the original? Red shoe. Does that and look, this would have been a hypothesis that, someone back in
No, okay, yeah, let's just focus on the Ravens. So a red shoe is evidence that all ravens are black?
Black, yes.
Okay, so the original statement is all ravens are black.
Yes. Yep.
So the original statement is all ravens are black. So if raven, then black?
If they
Raven,
are Raven, then they
then
are black.
And if you're
And
not a
clearly,
Raven, then you're not black.
Yes.
So if I find
Those are
something,
logically equivalent.
Yeah. So if I find something that's red, and say it's a shoe, I know that it's not a Raven.
Yeah.
That these are equivalent statements. Okay.
Yes.
What if I? Okay, can I challenge that even though these two logical statements might be true, they don't have the same level of relevance to the question I'm trying to answer?
Well, look, the only reason I brought this up is because people, there are people that think that, philosophy of science doesn't really have all that much to do with science in the end. But it's not true, because for a long time, the scientific method operated under this assumption that they are the same. That, under their logical structure, a red shoe would support the theory. And clearly, we don't really want this. And so some responses were, okay, let's just bite that bullet. And we'll just appeal to usefulness. We'll appeal to pragmatism. But clearly, that's a moral statement. That is a non-epistemic value that you're bringing into science. And a lot of scientists don't like that. They don't like to think that they're ever operating within a normative discipline.
Sure.
And
I would really... Okay, so before we do this again sometime, if you could find a way to take some time and think about how this would apply to a real world statement, I would love to think about this in those terms. I feel like it would help me. Maybe I'm just not capable of...
I have a
well, I don't
fantastic
put you on the spot for
No.
it.
Look, ultimately, my entire belief here, underlying all of the philosophy of science, is that science is a subjective discipline built entirely around morality, built entirely around normativity. And this is why I have such a serious issue with you saying that there is no objective morality, or that you're a motivist and that there's no truth value to morality. Because what that leads to is complete nihilism about everything.
I think you can escape nihilism without needing to say that everything, including science, is normative.
Well, look, let me explain the argument. So, let's look at a scientific example. For example, that was bad English. But, so in science, let us say I am testing let's see. If I'm working, for example, I think this was Levi's example. If I am operating within a belt factory, okay? And I am trying to figure out the fail ratio for these belts, what percentage of them will fail, okay? And what is going to be required for them to fail. That in itself, that is a hypothesis. I'm going to say 0.1% of them will fail, and then we can move on and ship them out, okay? That is, if you then contrast that with someone working in a medical research lab and developing vaccines, their fail ratio is going to be extremely different than someone working in a belt factory. Okay, because you're bringing in a moral evaluation into science by doing that. You're saying that in order for us to ship out these vaccines, there has to be a fail rate of 0.0000001%, or even lower, probably.
Okay.
But if you're working within a belt factory, your fail ratio is going to be significantly different. Now, the natural objection to this is Rudner's objection. And he says, well, that's just one type of hypothesis that happens in science. And ultimately, it really isn't relative. I'm seeing on your screen now, how do you feel about the incommensurability?
Oh, wait, that's a question someone else had. But finish this.
Okay, but clearly that is in itself a value judgment in science. And Rudner's objection is, well, that's just one type. So yes, sometimes a scientist does make...
Okay, well, hold on. Okay, hold on. Because let's deal with this. So I would argue that a scientist isn't responsible for making these types of judgments. These are judgments that are made by politicians or judgments of philosophy. Now science can answer what is the failure rate of a particular medicine or what is the failure rate of a belt. But I would argue that science can't answer what is the acceptable fail rate of either of these things. No? That would be my objection.
Exactly. I totally agree with you. And so I would say my response to Levi would be saying, well, the scientists, when they're conducting a hypothesis like that, they're not really acting scientist qua scientist. They're not acting as a scientist in that sense. They're acting as an individual of the community, as a politician, as someone who's looking out for the rest of humanity, as opposed to what, science has typically designated as their realm of discipline. Now, before I go to the next step, what is that question? Because I love the incommensurability of
How do you
paradigms.
feel about the incommensurability of Coombs paradigms? What does incommensurability mean?
I wrote a paper on, so put simply, this sort of went back to my statement about, well, let's see, what's the easiest way to put this? So within the realm of science, there were these two competing worldviews, as I said, the Popperian picture about how scientists should act and the Kuhnian picture about how scientists should act. And the Popperian picture was, okay, we should try to falsify our theories and to achieve at a greater, like a greater notion of the way that the world works, have a more accurate picture about how the world works. The Kuhnian picture was that really we can never actually do that, because underlying all of our paradigms is a completely different set of vocabulary, set of words that designate very different things. So my example about mass and Newtonian mechanics versus Einstein's theory of relativity is a clear example of this. And there's something called a gestalt shift, where ultimately someone's notion of a word shifts so as to mean something different in a different paradigm. And it's very much like a political shift. And so the shift from Newtonian mechanics to the theory of relativity was actually almost like a political shift, as opposed to a shift about, the way that truth works. Because if we actually think about it, if we look at the historical record about scientific progress, the Popperian picture, it doesn't work. It doesn't account for the way that scientists have operated, and the Kuhnian picture is very much reflective of that. Take, for example, during the fight between Copernicus and people who aren't Copernicus, you had Ptolemaic astronomy versus Copernican astrology. At that time, when we did shift away to the Copernican picture that the Earth does revolve around the sun and that the sun doesn't revolve around the Earth, the fact was that actually both hypotheses were just as accurate about the world with the evidence that we had at the time. The only reason, actually, it could be argued that the idea that the Earth revolves around the sun actually had less direct evidence for its case than the Ptolemaic one did. But the ultimate reason why we chose to choose that hypothesis was because it was useful in making predictions about the world. So even though we didn't have a lot of evidence supporting that claim, ultimately that didn't matter. And the same thing happened with, Leibniz versus Newton. Quantum mechanics, not quantum mechanics, Newtonian mechanics gave up any sort of explanatory reason for why gravity works. Leibniz had a solution there. It's because of God sustaining these natural laws. It's God's will that we have gravity on Earth. Newtonian mechanics, there's no explanatory reason for gravity. We still don't have a reason for gravity, although, gravity, that's a very recent discovery, though. But if you look at the historical record, scientists don't choose scientific hypotheses because they are more representative of the way that the world is. They choose them for a huge variety of reasons, based on the way that they were raised, based on moral values that they hold, political affiliations, religious values. And this is the way that scientists have always operated. And Kuhn argues that we should continue to operate in this way, because ultimately, at the end of the day, if we just want to continue refuting every single value that the Popperian, every hypothesis as a Popperian says that we should, we're never going to get a lot of the stuff done in normal science, as I said. And I know you said that you're not, well, you would say that, oh, we shouldn't follow the Popperian picture exactly. We should have technological evolution, and, you know, we should develop vaccines and such. We shouldn't constantly be trying to undermine the very paradigm that we're working under. But that in itself is a value judgment that you're making. It's appealing to pragmatism, because you recognize that under the Popperian system, we're not going to get a whole lot done. And so by even acknowledging that, you've given up the claim that science is objective. There is very much subjectivity to it, because we want to get stuff done in the world. Because if we don't, well, people are going to die. We're not going to have vaccines, because we're so busy trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with quantum mechanics that we've given up any hope of developing vaccines and medicine and new phones, new cars, ways to cure world hunger, you know, going to the moon or Mars, I guess, etc. And those are essentially in themselves subjective opinions that people have about how we should do science. And these are moral evaluations. They're not descriptive evaluations. I sort of totally went off the incommensurability of paradigms, partly because it's a super difficult topic, and I don't know if I totally agree with Kuhn's conclusion on the incommensurability of paradigms, but it's basically that because of the way that scientists work, you can never accurately compare two scientific paradigms to each other, because at the very fundamental level, the stuff that they're talking about is totally different. And that's basically that. And ultimately, actually, if you look at Kuhn's picture of the incommensurability of paradigms, this is his most controversial claim. He says that every time we undergo a scientific revolution, for example, from Newtonian mechanics to something like general relativity, the entire world changes. The actual world shifts to meet the scientist's view of the world. He's dead now, but after that, he tried to distance himself from that claim because that's so effed up. And it doesn't really make sense. But basically, I completely agree with him. I think it's a subjective discipline. I don't think you can compare two past paradigms, because at the core level, they are completely different theories that utilize completely different variables and constants. And I think that Putnam's objection, the twin Earth theory, is easily solved by Kuhn in his, I think, 1970 work. And I'm not going to go into that because that's totally off of our topic. And there's a very long-winded example of my thoughts about the incommensurability of paradigms.
Wow.
That was for like that one person who understood any of that, but
that was coagulation. I don't remember if you talked to him last time or not. Do you remember if you did when you were on here?
Coagulation.
He's the physicist guy who also does philosophy sometimes.
Is he on the Discord server?
Yeah, I think his name on here was like coagulation. Coagulation Z or whatever.
I think I know. Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Anyways, look. Want to go to the very core of all this. I think logic and math are a subjective discipline as well. Because look, let's look at our very basic laws of logic. Okay?
Oh, wait. Are we going back to the stuff that I understand now? The non-consumability, whatever?
Yes, this is... Yeah, I answered that because if you want to take the time and dissect all that, I think you'll sort of understand my actual view. But
sure.
Let's go to the laws of logic, okay? We say that P and not P cannot both be true, right? Something can't be both black and not black.
Okay.
Why is that?
Something can't be both black and not black?
Right. Why is that?
I guess it's the way that we define being or define black, that if you are black, you can't also be not black. It's kind of like a binary thing, or...
Well, because of the laws of logic, they say so.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah, the laws of logic.
P and not P.
Okay.
But why?
Why?
Because it's accurate about the world.
Sure.
But I'm legitimately asking you why, because this is going to show you why we have to have an objective morality.
Okay. Well, yeah. Why? Because that seems to be the way the laws of the universe works. Yeah, is that things can't both be something and not be something simultaneously.
Okay, well, I actually have my own logical system. I call it Kuhn Feierabend's, because that's my username. Kuhn Feierabend's logical system, and I think that this is the set of logic we should be using. That something can be both black and not black, because it makes me happy. That's why I want that law. Why should I choose your law over my law?
Because my law is better.
Why is yours better?
Okay, let's all right, let's do this. Okay, so my law argues for logic that I can observe exists in the universe, and then you choose a personal law that makes you happy. I would argue the way that I would approach this conversation is I would say that to generate more happiness in the future, you want to be able to make as many predictive statements as possible, and that your system of logic fails to make predictive statements. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
My point.
Okay, what?
You've appealed to morality to justify that deductive claim. You're appealing to morality to justify the basis
so
of every single discipline on
hold
Earth.
on. So my appeal. So what I'm appealing to is
Pragmatism.
What?
Pragmatism.
Yeah, is this I don't know if you would say like this axiomatic belief that you want to be happy, and that happy is a subjective. We can argue about that if you want, but I guess you'll let that statement stand. That every individual wants to survive and be happy in whatever their definition of the word happy is. So I make that assumption. If we don't share that assumption, then I can never have a conversation with that person. Sure.
Well, I mean, I guess sure.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's. I don't know how entirely that's relevant, but
okay.
I think I do sort of see what you're saying. But
Sure.
yes,
So like
go
if a person were to say like I like this, so like if a person were to say like, well, I like this because it makes me feel happy, then what I would try to do is I would point out, okay, well, look at where all of this way of logicking statements, this form of logic will generate a whole bunch of answers that won't make you happy. So I guess I'm appealing to that person's subjective experience as a human and wanting to be happy, which is an axiom that I assume that both of us share, that we both desire personal happiness.
Okay, but
go ahead.
Justify that so you're saying that if I don't agree with this axiom, you're ultimately not going to have a discussion with me.
Well, no, I'm not that I won't, but that it's impossible to. I would argue that it's impossible if you have because I guess at its root I'm a nihilist. That since I don't believe in any sort of moral...
I don't think you are a nihilist. I think you believe in objective morality because you have this axiom here that you're saying that in order to get anything done, we all have to follow this axiom.
But but the difference is that I recognize that axiom is entirely arbitrary. That if somebody were to come up to me, they were to say, I enjoy cutting off my own limbs and then sticking my infected body parts onto tree limbs and causing myself extreme pain, that if a person genuinely believed that, then I can't really tell that person they're wrong in any objective sense, because my objective definition or my objective basis for surviving is as arbitrary as his objective basis for torturing and killing himself, right? Is what I would...
Right.
Okay.
Okay, but look, if you are arguing against the notion of objective morality, you have to understand that I believe ultimately that we will reach the state of nihilism that you're describing, that you're probably currently in. It's impossible to completely avoid nihilism. And I think everyone should be able to recognize that.
Okay.
Because at the core of everything, it's asking, well, why should I follow this?
Yeah,
why should
and
I follow
ultimately, assuming the universe is not a planned universe with a grand creator or something, there is no
even that.
why.
No, even that. You can't even presuppose that, because why should I believe something like that? I think ultimately, cogito, I think therefore I am, that's really the only thing we can be really certain of. 100% without a doubt.
Okay.
But you have to recognize that in order to live a life that we want to call meaning, we have to start out somewhere. And we have to set the foundations of philosophy and every other discipline.
Yeah, but so what you just said though is the worst type of motivated reasoning, right? You're saying that in order for us to do something, we must construct a logic system that does this, right? Well, that doesn't make that logic system true. It just makes it convenient for.
Of course. But this is a very common misunderstanding that I think people have about logic. I think people think that logic is something you can go outside your bedroom door, look at the world, and find these laws of logic. Logic, it's just something to match our natural language. Logic is something that wasn't found. It's been crafted by people over generations. this is.
I feel
Wittgenstein
like...
talked about this a lot. About
Wait, hold on. So would you say that like the statement 1 + 1 = 2, that's a human constructed statement?
Of course, absolutely. Like, because look, if you're talking about math, and this is something that a lot of people do, and it makes sense why they do it, but you have to be careful that you don't do this. You can't jump to math before we've agreed on something about logic, because something, the piano axioms are defined through set theory, and set theory is defined through, logical laws. At least some people would think if you're a mathematical anti-realist, you disagree with that. I think I probably disagree with that. But following the typical mathematician, they'll say that ultimately logic is the foundation of all mathematics. And I think you would actually agree with that too. But I have a very specific take on that.
Sure.
That
I guess what I'm not understanding is like, I feel like the statement like 1 + 1 = true it can be, if all of humanity were destroyed, this statement would still be true. For instance, 2 hydrogen atoms would come together to form a molecule of hydrogen, right? I think, right? They both have one.
Okay, look,
electron.
let's start at the basis of everything. What can we know for certain?
Well, as people, as humans,
you can't even presuppose something like people are humans. It's
well, you said
cognitive.
we. Wait, so what do you? Wait, so okay, I'm sorry. Say that again. What do you ask?
What can be certain in the universe?
Well, it depends on how you define certain, I guess. I don't know.
100% certain. There's absolutely no hypothetical scenario that would prove it to be wrong.
Nothing? Or that we exist? That I, as an individual observer, probably exist?
Typically, the agreed upon is that there is a thinking thing. Because if you say that I'm a thinking thing, that presupposes identity and blah, 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 blah. So usually people agree that there is a thinking thing. And ultimately, we can't go from here to anywhere else without presupposing some, benevolent God, okay? And this is really the root of a lot of issues of philosophy, is where do we go from here? And so when we were talking about the logical positivists, for example, that's one appeal to getting rid of this problem, because they rule all questions about metaphysics and, what can you know before experience, as utterly meaningless. Because the only thing that has any meaning are things that are rooted in experience. But, people who aren't phenomenalists, Hegelians and idealists and Kantian transcendentalists, they're denying that, the only thing we can know for certain is that is within our own mind. And really, space and time are, I'm not going to go into Kant, but these are all reactions to the same issue about what can be known for certain. And if we want to go anywhere, we have to agree on a basis of logic. At least this is my analytic view. I'm sure there are continentalists out there that are watching this. And I know there are some people in a server that are watching that are going to disagree with me on that. But I think everyone who's a scientist or a mathematician have to agree that there are some base axioms that we all agree on that we derive everything from. But you have to also recognize that these laws of logic are chosen to match our natural language. The reason we say P or P and not P can't both be true is because in our natural language, it doesn't make sense. And there are forms of logic that say that P and not P can be true. There are multiple different forms of logic. The most common one is symbolic logic, but you can have paraconsistent logic, which says that P and not P can both be true. So to say that, we're going out here and we're finding the way that the world is and we're creating a system based on the way that the world is very wrong. All we're doing when we're deriving a logical system is trying to find out what works best for us, what is pragmatic, what is useful. And that's why the basis of everything is a very subjective decision that we're doing what is useful. Because I can equally say, well, why don't we do something that's completely not useful? What's wrong with that? You can't presuppose saying that, we shouldn't do something that's not useful because because that wouldn't be useful. Because that's just circular. You have to start somewhere, and you have to start with a moral claim about how we should operate. And that claim is usually some form of pragmatism. And so underlying mathematics, underlying logic, is this decision that we want to make our logical statements as reflective of the natural world as ultimately possible, because that allows us to interact with the world successfully, create new technology. but you also have to recognize that this is a normative decision. And I think you might be getting caught up in what we're considering objective.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem. Because I don't think I've disagreed with anything you've said so far, that even it's a normative decision, I guess it's just what we call objective is. Maybe it's just a semantic difference?
Right, because I think that I imagine almost like a bubble, okay? And outside this bubble is complete void. And we can call this void nihilism. But at the very edges of this bubble are these axioms that we all agree upon. And within those axioms, all of our definitions, aside from nihilism, take shape.
Okay.
Objective means objective within that bubble. It doesn't mean objective outside that bubble. Universal means universal within this bubble. And so when people talk about
I don't disagree with this at all. Why couldn't you just start off with this?
Well, because I'm now going to say, you can now agree with me that morality is completely objective.
Sure, if you define objective as meaning literally the literal opposite of objective, then yeah, sure.
No, it's not a literal opposite of objective.
I guess when I think of something that is objectively true, I think about something that is true and always true in every facet of the known universe, or that we believe to be true in every facet of the known universe.
Look,
but if you literally redefine objective to mean like, well, it's objective in the sense that like, I mean, everything outside of this is nihilism, then sure, I guess I believe in an objective morality, right?
No, I disagree with you completely, because before we make this normative decision to agree on these laws of logic, any statement that you make is completely meaningless. It's absolute garbage.
And so far as philosophical statements, or every statement, including scientific ones?
Every statement included. If you are a nihilist, everything that happens, everything you do is completely meaningless.
I don't have the tool. I don't think I have the tools equipped to like necessarily dissect your statements, but like a lot of them hit me as being very, very wrong. So the intuitive thing that I want to respond to with everything, especially when you start making statements like well, numbers are just a meme and everything is kind of just a meme that we've kind of invented.
No.
Well, like because that's what it sounds like when he's like 1 + 1 is nothing. Like that's just a human construct. Well, if every single human was destroyed, 2 independent atoms of hydrogen will come together to form a molecule. That is that 1 + 1 being 2 in a nature, like is something that can happen and will exist independent of any human construct, unless I literally can't even fathom this, right?
Okay, well, if you want to say that, then what is a number?
It's just our way of counting things in the universe. I mean,
so it's a societal construct.
But what it represents isn't a constructed idea. So when I say there are 8 planets in our solar system, that even if you wipe out all of humans, maybe like the word the 8 leaves, but that concept that there are 8 independent things, that like this is something that will exist independent of human subjectivity. That's like that number is just our way of accounting for some objective fact of the universe. And I understand you can take issue with that because all of this is running through our personal senses, which may or may not be able to object. Okay, go ahead. Okay, what do you...
Look, I know I come across like I'm some radical skeptic that is trying to deny everything. I'm not at all. I use it only to solidify why we have to have an objective morality. That's the only time I will ever consider these sort of radical hypotheses. Like, I'm not someone that's going to say, oh, well, you know, how can you even make any claims about the world? Like, maybe the world doesn't exist. That's fucking stupid, okay? People who do that need to get a life, honestly, because you're getting nothing done by doing that. The only time I ever bring those things into question is when we have to look at why morality is a necessity in life, is because everything is built off of morality. But the question about numbers, I mean, you're saying a bunch of things really, but you're not really hitting on exactly what a number is. And I'm very familiar, with the realist theories of mathematics, because I'm a mathematical anti-realist. And I think almost every philosopher of mathematics is also an anti-realist about mathematics, because the main proponent, actually I shouldn't say that because they're structuralists, but the main early proponents of mathematical realism were Platonists. And these were people that you would not agree with this statement, that numbers are some mind-independent entity that actually exists in another mind-independent plane. That was the original theory of mathematics. And it went up to Gödel was a mathematical realist. I think you're going to struggle a lot if you try to deny that mathematics is... Like, I agree with you. It's so useful for predicting the things... predicting the way that the universe works. But just because mathematics is useful for predicting that the the world works in a certain way, why is that any justification for saying that mathematical entities are real and not just constructions? It's the same thing with science. A lot of scientific realists say that the reason why scientific entities have to be real is because it's useful in making predictions about the world. But there are forms of mathematical anti-realism.
Okay, I'm going to do something that I would never do if I was capable of having this conversation, and I'm going to grant you everything that you've just said, okay? I'm going to grant you everything you've just said, which is probably the hardest parts of this conversation, okay? But, so if I was capable of having this conversation, if I was as versed in this topic as you, I would never grant you this, but I'll grant you this now. Or maybe I would because I would understand it, but I'll grant you all of this. Can you argue, take one moral statement, murder is wrong. What is your objective argument for this statement?
What do you mean? My
like you say that you have an objective, like your moral system can exist in an objective manner, such that
I see.
If every human, so hold on, tell me if this statement is true, so I can see I understand. So if you're saying that morality is objective within our bubble, okay, and nihilism and bullshit is on the outside, right? If every single human was a perfect logician, should all of us be able to agree on a single moral system? Is that true or false?
I would say that is, I'd say that is true.
Okay,
yes.
okay, which is what I would agree with that too. Granting you everything I have up to this point, that would be my argument, that every single human should be able to agree on a single moral system if morals can exist as an objective truth and if we were all perfectly logical, because we would make the most logical arguments, and right. So my question is, take a statement like murder is wrong, and under this system, can you give me your objective, our objective argument in favor of this moral statement, that murdering people is wrong, where we both understand that murder means unprovoked attack for no good reason or whatever, right? Just murdering for joy or whatever, right? Or you can choose a moral statement if you'd like instead, as long as it doesn't have to do with Black Ravens.
I understand sort of what you're trying to do here. You're trying to, you're going to get me to say my moral stance.
Okay.
And then try to pin me down, well, why that one?
Yeah,
I don't need to do
my...
this.
Okay,
I don't need to do this at all, because, look, if I say that I'm a utilitarian, you're going to pull out the typical objections against utilitarianism. Utility monster, slavery.
No. I'm not trying to pin you as being inconsistent. I just want to know what that argument sounds like. I'm just curious what that argument sounds like.
I am what I would consider some sort of virtue consequentialist.
Sure, we've talked about virtue consequentialism.
Yes. Sure. Yes, and that would be ultimately my statement, and I would say that murder is wrong depending on whether or not it produces, the most happiness in the world or whatever. But all that is completely irrelevant to our discussion, which is ultimately about objective morality and whether or not there is one true objective morality. And you also have to remember, cultural relativism is a form of objective morality. I think a lot of people don't understand what objective means. Objective morality means that there is a truth value to moral claims, and that would include something like I would even consider error theory, if anyone knows what that is, which is Mackey's meta-ethical view. I would consider that objective morality. The only real form of moral anti-realism is something like, let me see. Nihilism, essentially, at the end of the day. And emotivism is a form of that. And the reason why that can't be true is because if that is the case, then everything that we do is completely meaningless, because we have we have absolutely no justification.
Why can't everything we do be completely meaningless?
Pardon?
Why can't everything we do be completely meaningless?
No, I've already told you that nihilism is impossible to be refuted. But as soon as you start to say, well, everything is ultimately meaningless, then I'll just say, well, everything is meaningful. Because as soon as you're a nihilist, you give up everything. You give up the basic tenets of logic. That's it. You shouldn't even be here on this stream talking.
Wait. Why? When you say everything is meaningless, I'm sorry. I thought we were only talking insofar as moral statements, that all moral judgments are objectively meaningless.
Remember,
but you're arguing that all of science is based on
it's
this
based
moral...
on morality, this moral decision that we should choose this logical system, and you did grant me that.
Yeah, well,
I'm willing to go back and argue through that again.
It feels like the problem is that in this conversation, I'm pretty sure that you can argue both sides of it better than I can. So I
don't know. I don't think my argument is that unintuitive or that like really complicated because at the basis of everything, why do we choose our set of logical laws?
Sure, like the problem that I have is that like, and I don't even know if this is really directly related, is that for any concept that I consider somewhat difficult or somewhat convoluted, that for any of these concepts, if I needed to argue this with a person, if I needed to argue some form of thought with a person, I could choose an example, a very easy, relatable example. I could choose one and I could demonstrate this is why my line of thinking is superior to your line of thinking. And I could do this with any difficult topic. Say for religion, right? Somebody says, I'm religious, okay? You're not religious. You know, why is your line of thinking better? I would say that same argument that I was starting earlier with you. Well, my line of thinking makes better predictions. And then I would go through different religious thoughts that lead us down bad paths. For instance, some religious people say you should teach abstinence-only education. Well, here's a bunch of empirical data on why abstinence-only education is bad, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That I could go down this road, or people that don't believe in allowing blood transfusions and end up having their kids die. This is the way that I would go. But when I try to approach your system, and my argument, this argument that I'm making right now is somewhat fallacious, because just because your idea is difficult to understand or complex doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. That would be a fallacious argument to make. But the fact that all of your arguments are so incredibly esoteric makes it really hard for, like you said that you didn't feel like your arguments were that unintuitive. They feel really unintuitive to me, because all of the arguments are so esoteric. So like anything that defines like all of science as being built on moral subjectivity is really hard. I guess like we would have to spend like a long time like going through the how you build that up.
No, look. I can put this as basic as you can.
Okay.
Look,
yeah.
Everyone agrees P and not P is false. Something can't be both black and not black.
Sure.
My question to people who are nihilists are to people who are moral anti-realists, who deny that morality has a truth value, who say that a moral claim can be neither true or false, they are moral nihilists, is, well, why do you even accept the basic tenets of symbolic logic? The reason is you can't without a form of morality. As soon as you appeal to anything about how accurate it is about the world, that is a subjective decision that you've made that appeals to some form of morality. It is useful. It is
Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna go through these like one at a time.
Thanks,
so,
buddy.
Okay, fuck. I feel like we're gonna retread old ground, dude. Because I just can't
don't
follow
think
this. So, because I think I said this earlier, and now you're gonna repeat what you said. That statement, that a moral statement is equivalent to an observational statement. These are two statements that I don't consider to be equivocal. Why?
Wait, sorry. Can you go back?
So the ball is blue and murder is wrong. These are two statements that I consider to be different claims. And then you said, well, both of them, like different types of claims, like a normative versus a descriptive claim, that normative and descriptive claims are inherently separate, that normative claims do not exist naturally in the universe. That's what I would say. No normative claim exists naturally. Only descriptive claims do. That normative claims are entirely human constructed and can vary from person to person, right?
So look, let's lay this out here. So you're saying, let me grab my piece of paper. We have these two statements. What was it? This is a blue ball? Is that what this ball's blue?
Sure, or any descriptive statement is something
this ball is blue.
Yeah, that I would argue that these are statements that if all humans died tomorrow, these statements are still true, and these statements still have value. But every single normative claim is the opposite, that once all of humanity disappears, every normative claim is now defunct. It doesn't exist anymore and are all meaningless.
Okay, do you see how you've already gone up a rung on the ladder here? You actually have to look at why you're justifying those very claims. And that's where you find my position. That in order to justify those very claims, you have to appeal to some form of normativity or morality.
Okay.
You have to do that. So look, you're trying to say that this ball is blue, is of a different type. I agree with you on that point. I agree they're a completely different type of statements than murder is wrong. How do you justify that?
Justify what?
Justify the statement that this ball is blue is different than murder is wrong.
So ball is blue. So ball is a specific description of a physical object that we believe will exist in the universe independent of all humans existing. That a ball or a stone, right? Okay, go ahead.
Its logical structure is different, right? This ball is blue, saying that there is an object in front of me called X, such that X is blue. Okay.
And exhibits
murder is wrong.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, murder is wrong uses a completely different form of logic. It uses what we call deontic logic, or if you're a consequentialist, maybe you can use modal logic or something, but you can't express it in what we call predicate logic. And I'm realizing now that I'm probably sounding very esoteric.
Well, no, you saying this is better because earlier when I brought this up, you said that both of those things were the same and they both sounded like truth claims. So
no.
If these are different forms of logic,
I took issue.
Okay.
I took issue with you saying that there was different notions of truth depending on the type of claim, because that doesn't quite make sense to me.
Okay. Bear with me, okay? Because I don't know all the terms. But sorry, but go ahead. Okay.
I know. I sometimes come across like I'm like being demanding, and I hate coming across like that. It just my type of speaking. I'm very to the point and blunt. But
yeah,
I'm
just saying that I'm just saying that when I make statements, keep in mind that I don't have the formal background,
yes.
so I might say something that sounds okay, like to a layman, but it's not true. So just be aware of that, right? So when I say like these two statements don't sound true in the same way, I might be using that word "true" incorrectly, and maybe what I should have said, or I didn't know I should have said, but maybe I should have said is they're using different forms of logic to arrive at their truth claim. Is what I should have said, I guess.
Right. Okay. So that is a very different claim than saying that there's different forms of truth, because all different forms of logic, symbolic logic, deontic logic, the paraconsistent, fuzzy logic, whatever, they all have a truth value, and that quantity, that truth maker, is ultimately the same in all forms of logic.
Okay. So can we reconcile the differences in these statements, and you can tell me why they're not different, or do you agree they're different, or?
Well, they're different types of statements, but the ultimate value of both of them is its truth. The referent of both of these statements is a value of true or false.
Okay, but if the truth is relative to a different thing, then the value of that truth is different, I guess.
Okay, so this ball is blue has a different type of truth than this ball is red?
Yeah, but I don't know if I'm using the right words.
How do you justify? I understand what you're going at here.
Okay.
You're saying that because they're of a different logical form, they must have some different notion of truth to them. But how do you justify that statement? I'm not sure you really can. You know? I understand exactly what you're saying, that because they are formed through different logical systems, they don't usually signify the same thing. One is descriptive, one is normative. They must have some different notion of truth, and that they aren't really signifying the same notion of truth. But ultimately, I would ask you how to justify that, and I don't think you can. And you might say, oh, well, I need to think about it more. But I think you could think about that all you like. I don't know any position that really advocates that view.
I guess we have to. If we can't reconcile this, then we're always going to be talking past each other. I don't know what words I need to use to illustrate my thoughts.
I don't know. I don't think we will be talking past each other.
But I really do, because I can't accept that. So like, if we could. But see, like, I'm not even sure if my logic. I might even be begging the question here. If we define our observer as a rock can observe that a ball is blue, but a rock wouldn't be able to observe that murder is wrong. That these are the types of logic used to arrive at these conclusions are not applicable to all observers, I guess.
Well, a rock can't observe anything. It's a rock.
Okay. Yeah, we have to reconcile this before we move past. I can't. Or make me realize why I'm wrong, I guess.
Because forget about, as soon as you're talking about the world itself, I think you've already presupposed something. And we're trying to start from the very foundation. And I know people are asking questions in chat. And if you have questions or people are trying to refute me, I'm more than willing to do that. People keep bringing up Gödel's theorem. Yeah. How is that at all? Gödel's theorem has absolutely nothing to do with this. Gödel's theorem comes after the very foundations of logic, and it's not at all, has nothing to do with logic, because people talking about Gödel's theorem for whatever reason.
I can't. This is what I can't personally accept right now. Maybe I'm religious. Maybe this is a matter of faith. I can't accept that the statement that murder is wrong is the same type of statement as like the rock is blue or the ball is blue.
It is not statement, but it's not the same type of statement, but it doesn't matter. Saying that they're descriptive and normative claims, they're completely different. I totally understand where you're getting at with this, but ultimately it doesn't matter, because if you dissect the logical structure of both of these statements, you're going to find that the truth value is the exact same.
How about we test this like this, and you can tell me if we're going anywhere here, okay? If an alien comes to our planet, every single descriptive statement that I make, I should be able to translate to the alien in some way such that they not only understand the statement, but they agree with it on some level. Okay, would you agree with that or disagree with that for descriptive statements?
I would agree.
Okay. So, but with normative statements, it is entirely possible that I could never, ever, ever get him to agree in the truth value of any normative statement. That maybe they could understand, but they would never agree that it's like a truthful statement. How can you... would you agree or disagree with that?
I would disagree. If they are using some form of logical system that we have, if they want to move past, if they ultimately want to move past complete nihilism, they're going to have to agree on some appeal to pragmatism, or they're not going to even be at any sort of level that we're at right now. Because if you're not appealing to pragmatism, I don't know what you're doing, to be quite frank. I don't know what you would do. I don't.
Okay,
see how
here's a
anyone
meme.
could
Do you ever
ever
read Ender's Game?
I have read Ender's Game.
Okay, here's a meme, okay? Buggers come to our planet and start killing individual humans. One of the big fuck-ups that they had in that book is they thought that humans were like ants, right? That there's a central hive processing mind and that, right?
Yes.
But obviously that was like morally wrong to us. How do you argue that to them if say that's the way that they just view things, that people are just hives and really the only part that matters is like the central important thing. As long as they can reproduce, it's irrelevant.
Destiny, you're pulling the Izot gap here.
I thought that... I can't.
You
I'm
can't
lost.
do
I
that.
don't think I'm equipped to deal with this. What do you mean? Wait, how is this the Azad gap now?
You're saying that because of the way that these buggers view the world, that you're trying to say that because of the way that... Can you restate what you said? I just want to...
How can I tell a bugger that my normative claim, murder, is wrong? How do I tell him that's true?
Well, first, you make sure that you're talking the same language.
Yeah, okay, obviously. Yeah, moving past all of that. We can communicate with one another, obviously. How do I tell him that murdering an individual human is wrong? That normative claim is a true claim. How can I tell him that? Because he could disagree.
The
and
same
he could
way
say,
that I'm telling you.
But then he says that, okay, let's say that I argue that a ball is blue. And the bugger says, I disagree, okay? And then I say, okay, well, let's go through our statements, okay? A ball is something that is defined as a spherical object, the arrangement of matter in such a form that it forms a sphere. Okay, I imagine I could get him to agree with that. And then I say blue corresponds to this wavelength on the electromagnetic spectrum, and it absorbs all wavelengths except for this that it reflects, so it has the appearance of being blue, and I could get him to agree with that. And then is our connecting verb, and I hope that somehow we can agree on basic formal logic, and then I could go, look, the ball is blue, I have proven it, you must accept this. And you'll go, okay, I am perfectly logical, I accept it, right? Now I want to say murder is wrong. And you'll go, okay, well, define that for me. So murder is the act of taking another person's life, causing...
Can I be the bugger? Can I pretend to be the bugger?
Sure. No, I would have to be the bugger because you're just going to agree with me and kill my argument.
No, I'll be the bugger.
Well, here, let me finish where I feel like it comes off, okay? So I say murder is wrong, okay? Murder is the description of a physical act of depriving somebody of brain function, okay? Which I can get him to agree with. Then I say wrong. Now, how do I define wrong? What is your definition of wrong there such that you can get him to agree that your normative statement is true?
Well, it depends first on... Like, I'm not saying that we've reached a point in humanity right now where we all agree.
No, but I'm saying we do. We all do, because we believe in your bubble. We live in that world where we're all perfect logicians and we all have the same moral system, and we all believe that murder is wrong for your perfectly logical reason. But now an alien is asking you to justify that truth claim the same way that you did the ball is blue. How do you tell him, how do you define wrong in this equation, in this logic statement?
Assuming that they've not gone completely bonkers and have indeed appealed to pragmatism, they say, oh, well, of course, because based on our very foundational axiom that we've built everything off of, clearly that normative statement is right. Now, look, you're appealing to the way that the world is. You're saying, look, these buggers are here. This is what you said. Hey, buggers, look, I can look at the wavelength of the world. I could show you that this is blue. So you're going to agree that, that this ball is blue. What happens if this bugger comes up to you and says, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't subscribe to your laws of science. We don't even conduct science. We're not concerned at all with the way that the world is. We do everything so that we can watch as much Seinfeld as we possibly can. That's all we do. And so all of our descriptive theories are for that sole purpose. I don't care about this accuracy thing that you're going after. Who cares about the way that the world is? We just want to watch Seinfeld, right? Their cognitive end might not be the same. And so ultimately, it's this normative claim that they'll agree on even before any sort of descriptive claim. Because if they're at all appealing to pragmatism, they must already have some normative foundation that they're operating under, right?
What if they just think that what if they just take over and kill everybody? That's how they function.
I mean, what's stopping people from killing everybody right now? Like, who cares
Not
about the way
objective
that-
morality, that's for sure. No.
Well, no. That's again, we're talking about the status of normative claims. The way that people operate have absolutely no bearing on exactly what is right and what is wrong. Like you said, you've tried to say that if everyone dies, then normative statements lose their truth value. Or actually, you've said that they don't have a truth value to begin with, but ultimately they're going to be meaningless in all sense of the word as soon as all of humanity dies. And I would say that's absolutely not true, because as soon as some other, well, actually, I would say that, no, I think you could even argue that descriptive claims in that same sense, as soon as humanity all die, then any sort of descriptive claim loses its value, because there's nothing really to observe and process the world in the same way that we have. And so, again, like I've said, language or logic is really just a reflection of our natural language. It's not something that we
I don't think I agree with that statement either. That logic is reflective of our natural language. Like, I feel like, but if everybody agrees, I just don't understand it. I just can't understand it. Like, when we say like 8, the number 8, that concept is real, independent of human existence. That the number 8 isn't modeled after humans. It's like, it's not reflective of our language, but rather it's like a way that we describe like objective reality that exists independently of us. Hopefully, assuming that we observe reality in an objective manner.
But what if the buggers come to you and say, objective reality? We don't care about that. I don't know what objective reality is. We've decided that we're living in a constant state of nihilism. Everything that you're talking about here is completely meaningless. I don't recognize that there's some objective world. I believe that, really it's just myself, and everything outside of me is completely skeptical, because I'm not making that normative step to pragmatism.
And this person would be capable of achieving technology sufficient to travel to other planets?
Hello, you're a nihilist right now, and you're sitting on a computer playing Terraria and talking to me over this microphone.
Okay, wait, what does that have to do with anything?
Because even though humanity have not all had any sort of objective morality for almost their entire existence, doesn't mean that technological evolution has not occurred.
Okay, well, let's say the person that steps off their ship is like a logical scientist, moralist, philosopher. I don't know.
And look, ultimately, the root of my entire argument, the root of my entire argument is that to make any sort of step towards making claims about the way that the world works, making claims about mathematics, making claims about logic, you have to take a first normative step. You have to make a moral claim about why should I even follow your form of logic.
Yeah, but you can make that, but then my argument is that you can make that normative claim and recognize that it's arbitrary. What was your response to that?
If you're acknowledging that it's arbitrary, well, it depends on really what you mean by arbitrary. By arbitrary, do you mean that ultimately it's not 100% in your notion of objective, right?
Correct.
If so, I completely agree with that. Of course. It would make no sense not to. That's why I came up with the bugger example, that I don't subscribe to your theory about the way that the world is, because my moral judgment is that we should do everything so that we can watch Seinfeld, right? They're arbitrary. I completely agree with that. But look, if you are making any sort of statement within this little bubble that we've created that's already appealed to pragmatism, you have to acknowledge that as soon as you start to talk about, ultimately, why does it even matter if it's arbitrary? Because can you come up with any scenario where the fact that it's arbitrary has any bearing on anything whatsoever?
Sure, when you try to argue it to another person, if you don't acknowledge its arbitrariness, then...
Well, if they're arguing for a completely different notion of this initial normative step, then they have to acknowledge, if they're arguing for anything other than pragmatism, then they have a completely different worldview than you. 100%. It is my fundamental belief that every philosopher, every human being alive, whether or not they want to admit it or not, is not a nihilist. They might say that they're a nihilist right now, but every single day of their life, they're going out, they're buying bread. They're not constantly calling into question about the status of whether the world exists or not. It only becomes, and this is using David Lewis's terminology, it only becomes epistemically relevant when we start to consider these really skeptical hypotheses. We're operating under this axiomatic system.
Can't you be
everyone
like a
agrees on.
hedonistic nihilist person, or is that just totally impossible?
No, no. A nihilist denies any normative claims at all. So that's what I like to do on my server. People will come in and they'll start arguing. I mean, I hate politics. I really hate politics because I honestly, I think politics is one of the stupidest things in the world right now, because we should be focusing much more on the base ethics of everything. Because if you don't have an agreed upon ethical base, you're getting nowhere. You're talking past each other over and over again, and that's it. Same with economics. I feel like I sort of just dissed you in some sort of fashion.
No, I 150 trillion% agree with that statement.
Okay.
That
okay.
having a conversation, for instance, on minimum wage is fucking retarded when we don't even know what
Yes.
is the responsibility of a business or a government.
Yes.
That's, oh, fuck. Have you ever heard of a website called, like, Star Codex something?
No, I'm not.
Okay, never mind. I read some big article on that had to do with that a lot of these questions are impossible to answer, and that there's a reason like that most political discussion is absurd because you're starting a philosophical basis can be so radically different than you're not even having a real discussion. Sure.
Yeah, and I think ultimately you just have to.
Slate Star Codex is the name of the site. Yeah, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
But originally I wanted to go into politics, and I just realized that, like, I would consider myself a socialist. Like, that's just sort of who I am. I'm not going to try to justify that to anyone who discusses politics, because I recognize that they don't really talk about the morality of it. And it sounds almost egotistical to say, but they don't understand the very fundamental of it. They don't understand what it means to make any sort of normative statement. Or abortion is wrong, or abortion is right. I don't see any value in talking to people who say things like that unless they have some understanding of the core ethical values.
Sure, I agree.
That's why I don't watch political. That's why I don't watch people discuss politics, because most of the time they don't really
understand what they're talking about. Yeah,
exactly. And I think to an extent you do it a lot better. You actually have these sorts of discussions. I think you should have them more often, but they take a lot of effort. You have to devote.
Sure, but at the end of the day, even you can understand we have to appeal to pragmatism to some extent, because we can't just neglect all of politics until we figure out our ethics, because then everybody would probably starve and die.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. But if we are going to go down a path of, trying to figure out the way that the world works, the way that the world is, and as soon as we start talking about normativity, we really do have to start looking at ethics. And I don't think we're going to progress, at least in a very, I guess, a good way, unless we start looking at the ethics of everything.
Sure.
And a lot of people will object to me and say, okay, look, I agree with you on, actually, no, going back to what I said about on my server and discussing politics with people, is that they'll say that they're a nihilist, like you have. And they'll say that, normative claims don't have a truth value. And so I have this little notebook here, and I have their name on it. And I look at them in my chat, and every time they make a normative claim and they've said that they're a nihilist, I say, what do you mean by that? Because they can't justify it. They're making a normative claim.
I thought, no, I could be wrong, and maybe your people feel this way too, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong. But I feel like I can simultaneously be a nihilist and then recognize the absurdity of the universe and the lack of meaning, but then still go on to say that because of, like, whatever, like, I can have my own personal subjective experiences and do what I think is best for being happy or whatever. Is that not possible? Are these contradictory statements? Like some form of, like, existential nihilism or something? Or is this not possible?
I understand what you're saying. I think that's absolutely contradictory. You're you're at
Okay,
one
so like
point-
here are some statements that I make. So I would say, okay, the universe has no objective meaning. So if somebody murders me, this is not an objectively bad action. The universe makes no objective judgment on any of these actions. Okay, and I recognize that I can live, I can die, and objectively, none of these things have any intrinsic meaning. Now, for my own personal happiness, which for whatever reason, because I exist as an organism that has personal happiness, there are things that I prefer to do that make me happy. Now, I recognize that insofar as the universe goes, there is no objective reason for me to pursue this happiness or to compel anyone else to do it, but I think I can do it by making emotional appeals and all of that. So I can still believe that everything is, like by definition, objectively meaningless, that the universe makes no judgments on morality, but I can have my own personal moral system built out of a kind of a hedonistic view that I want to do things that make me happy and make me feel good, and then I can convince other people similarly. Are these, at some point, did I leave nihilism there? Did I like leave it and I'm just not even aware of it? Or okay, at what point?
Yeah. Well, it's, it is people that ultimately, those are the types of people that I interact with daily.
Okay.
And it is people that will claim that they're nihilists in these very fringe instances when it works best to when in a certain situation it works best for them. But as soon as they're starting to be pressed on it, when they're not being pressed on, the status of their moral claims, they're just saying normative claims out their rear end. It's almost like
Okay, wait. So can you give me an example of this? Press me on something that you think I can't possibly justify.
Okay. Let me think.
Nothing related to Einstein, nothing related to quantum mechanics.
No. You're talking about like a moral claim.
Yeah,
right?
like what's a moral claim that I would make on abortion or education or immigration or something? What is a moral claim that I would make? And then as I'm making this, you'd go, since you made that moral claim, you can't possibly be a nihilist, all right?
Well, as soon as you make any sort of moral claim, you can't be a nihilist. The nihilist denies the truth value of any. So either you acknowledge that when you're saying that people are wrong in politics, like as soon as you come on here, as soon as someone like me comes on here and starts debating you on fucking abortion or whatever, and then you say, no, you're wrong on that because of blank, I could immediately call you out and say, well, what do you mean they're wrong? You must acknowledge that what you just said means nothing because you've acknowledged that.
Sure. So when I say wrong,
no
my unspoken qualifier, when I say wrong, I am assuming that both of us share this axiom that we want to live and be happy. That both of us share that.
That is a normative claim.
Yeah,
that
sure.
is a normative claim.
But I can't simultaneously recognize that is a that is a subjective, that axiom is unjustified and any other axiom is equally valid insofar as the universe is concerned. That I've left nihilism by saying that, or I could have a totally incorrect understanding of what nihilism is. That's what I'm getting at. Maybe I just don't know. This is why I try not to label myself, because I'm always wrong, and because I don't have a well enough understanding. But like, can if I were to make these statements, okay? So tell me just in these simple statements if I have escaped nihilism, okay? If we're not nihilists anymore, okay? I think that the universe and everything in the universe, that there is no intrinsic meaning in anything, and by meaning I mean nothing is good or bad or good or evil. That these are words that mean nothing, absolutely nothing. That a man driving a knife.
Or their emotions.
Sure, emotions exist in a very materialistic physical sense, I believe, due to neurochemical reactions. So I wouldn't say they are emotions, because emotions are real, but good and evil are not real things in a materialistic sense.
But an emotivist like AJ Iyer would say that when I say, "Oh, murder is bad," it's really the same as going, "Ugh," right? They're the same thing.
Sure. That it is a biological entity that is trying to make a statement that justifies its own existence, or would further continue its own existence. Yeah, that's how I would identify all moral statements. If you want to say they exist, then they only exist in that way. A moral statement only exists such that a biological organism is positing a statement that probably ultimately serves to further its own interest or whatever, right? That's the only type of moral statement that I recognize. But objective moral truth does not exist in the universe. So am I no longer now a nihilist because I believe that, or is this still nihilism? Or
if you are making any sort of normative statement and trying to justify that, no, look, what I've said.
Well, so wait, so what are we at this point? What can I call myself? People in chat are saying absurdist. I don't know what the fuck that means at all. Like
absurdist, like fucking Camus.
Yeah, somebody said Camus earlier, so I don't know.
Albert Camus. I thought it was Camus for the longest time, and I said it in class one day, and I was so embarrassed.
Yikes.
Look, that's a continental He's a continentalist. I think I read Myth of Sisyphus and what's the other one?
Stranger?
Yeah, Stranger. No, Resistance, Rebellion, and Death was the other one that I read. And I honestly, I don't know a whole lot about continentalism, and Camus was a continentalist. But I think absurdism is.
Okay, but we're not a nihilist then.
Well, but absurdism is ultimately you can. I think it's almost the same as nihilism at the end of the day.
Okay, so then I am. So what part did I say then that you don't agree?
Because as soon as this is my argument, as soon as you make a claim like I'm a nihilist or 1 + 1 = 2, you've presupposed some sort of normative claim. And if you are a true nihilist, you have to acknowledge that the person who says 1 + 1 = 2 and the person that says 1 + 1 = 3 are just as actually justified as each other. One is not more correct than the other. One is more correct because of their subjective decision to represent accuracy, while the other is more correct because they've chosen that, they want to watch Seinfeld for their entire life, and that's why they've chosen to accept their law of axioms. You have to actually acknowledge that. And I don't think you do want to acknowledge that because,
Yeah, I don't think so.
Right, exactly.
Wait, so what, did we ever give an example of what did I ask earlier? For some type of moral, or no, you said it didn't matter because anytime I make any normative claim. Okay, so then if somebody says, okay, I am a nihilist, I recognize nothing matters. However, I don't want you to murder me because I want to live. Now I'm no longer a nihilist?
Well, this all comes down to intention and what we really mean by language. And I think that's
wait, what? How? Why? Wait, so you can't answer that question?
Well, no, you're asking me basically to go into your head and really look at the psychological.
Well, I know I'm asking you to assume both of these statements are true, okay? And I'm not lying to you or something. So if I say as a human, okay, I say I recognize nothing has objective meaning, nothing has objective value. There is no good or evil, but I don't want you to murder me because I don't want to be murdered. Am I no longer a nihilist at that point?
No, you're still a nihilist. You're describing a psychological reaction to an instance.
Okay.
You didn't say, if you had said, you shouldn't murder me, then you're no longer a nihilist.
Okay, so when I say, I don't want to be murdered, okay, and then I do things to keep you from murdering me, am I still a nihilist?
Sure, you can be a nihilist. Those are descriptive claims.
Okay, hold on. Ooh, here it comes, okay. If the thing that I do to convince you not to murder me is to tell you that if you don't murder me, I won't murder you, am I still a nihilist? Or did we jump somewhere into normative claims?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Okay, I don't want to be murdered, okay? Someone is coming to murder me. I don't want to be murdered. Yep. I recognize there's no objective truth. We're still nihilist, okay? I don't want to be murdered. Guy comes over here, and he's about to murder me, and I go, whoa, listen up. I could murder you, actually, okay? If you don't murder me, I won't murder you, okay? Are we still a nihilist at this point or no?
Yes.
We are still a nihilist.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so this
in
is
chat saying egoism.
No, ignore chat. Fuck chat. Okay, ignore chat, okay? So this is how I build my entire...
I care about chat, Jesse.
So, because you keep telling me that I'm not a nihilist, and I'm not trying to hold on to nihilism. If I'm not, or whatever, I don't care. But so this is how I build my entire moral system. So what I say is reciprocated values. I don't know, some people say social contract. I don't know, there might be better ways. But this is how I build my moral system, is I say whatever I would demand for myself, I will demand for another, and because I want them to want the same as I would hope that they would do the same. So for instance, the reason why I don't break into my neighbor's house and murder him and rape his wife is because I don't want somebody else to break into my house and murder me and rape my wife. And I assume that nobody wants that. So if all of us can share that similar hedonistic belief that we don't want our shit taken and that we don't want people to rape our family members, right? If I assume we all share that, and as humans we tend to, because as biological entities, that's how we're wired, right? That I can demand they reciprocate these values because it's in their best interest.
You can't demand anything.
Okay, when I say demand, I can make a convincing argument such that they should have no choice but to accept it because
you said should. That's a normative claim.
When I say should, I mean that they will accept it because it's in their best interest to.
Look, Desi, let us even suppose that everyone is a complete hedonist and everyone does everything to be happy. How do you bridge the Aesop gap? You can't.
Okay, no. So let's say that we have a neighborhood, okay? Let's say that there are 4 people that live in this neighborhood, okay?
Okay.
Now, all 4 of these people, okay, live in such a way that they all have AR-15s, aka the child-killing assault weapons, okay? All of them have AR-15s and ready to kill each other, okay? Now, if any person goes out and steals everybody's shit, okay, they could kill the other people in their sleep, okay? They could very easily do it. One guy could go out and kill one person in their sleep, okay? Anybody could do it, okay? Now, what these people say is, hey, I don't want to be killed and I don't want my shit taken. So what if we all come to a mutual agreement that all of us say, hey, listen, none of us want our shit taken, so none of us should take each other's shit because it's all in our best interest to do so. Is this now no longer nihilism or?
No, that is called rational egoism. And that's why people are yelling egoism.
Is rational? I've also heard. I think
that is an objective. That's a claim about objective morality. That is an objective moral claim.
How?
That is not nihilist because you're saying what you should do is in your best interest. Or, as someone has said here, it's a social contract, and social contract theory is still a normative claim.
Okay, then I guess I'm a rational egoist.
Yeah, but God, fuck you if you're a rational egoist. God, it's not 1925, Destiny. No, I'm just kidding. Ultimately, the issue with egoism is 1, is OTGAP, and 2, it's self-defeating.
Okay, how is it self-defeating?
Because, look, if you're an egoist, it comes into issues. Egoism comes into issues about how you want to define egoism. Because if you're an egoist, it is actually in your best interest to help other people. So you're actually sort of going against the tenet of egoism.
That's okay, though. Why isn't that okay? Why is that not valid?
Because the egoist says you should only do what will help yourself.
Yeah, but if what it helps yourself is ultimately helping other people.
But helping other people. Right. And so it's sort of almost self-defeating. And so what's the point in going
Why
for
will you say
egoism?
Self-defeating, but I say like circular, like positive feedback? How do you argue yours and...
What do you mean positive feedback?
Okay, let's say that there's a room full of women and all of them want to fuck me, okay? But also all of them are starving to death. So if I go into that room and I feed all of them, they will have the necessary sustenance to come to the next room and fuck me, okay? I'm doing this in an egotistical manner, but then would you argue, well, you're not being egotistical. Even though you're ultimately doing it to be self-serving, you're actually helping other people, so you're not an egoist at all. Would you make that claim or no?
No, I think there's a very common misconception people have about egoism. It's that there's sort of 2 forms of egoism. One is what's it called? Psychological egoism, and the other is ethical egoism. And the issue is to ultimately, I'm sorry, I feel like I'm avoiding your question here.
Yeah, me too.
No, sorry. At least I recognize it. I don't think most of your guests actually recognize it. I did not do it consciously. Sorry, why is it self-defeating? It's self-defeating because at the end of the day, if you're having an ethical theory centered around what is best, you should be doing what is best for you, why can you not just argue that some other ethical theory basically does that for you?
Because I think this one is, because I would argue that this one is the best one. And then
Right.
I would ask you, give me a competing theory that can do better.
Okay, I think I can sort of see where you're going with this. And I do think that the self-defeating claim is actually not as good as the obvious naturalistic fallacy.
Okay, what is the naturalistic fallacy? How is this naturalistic at all?
Well, how can you justify doing what is good for you is what we should do?
That's like I don't know if am I allowed to use the expression hedonistic claim? Like it's just a biological impulse I have.
Right. So you're going from psychological egoism to ethical egoism.
So this is it's my axiom. It's my axiom. the
No,
Ezra
you
gap
can't
is
do
my
that.
axiom there. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like it kind of is. Like, so I would argue that I want to do things that I think that this is permissible. Because isn't this like a core tenet of almost all philosophers? So like, don't almost all philosophers say that suffering should be reduced? And you would never say like, no, really? Isn't that like a pretty broad claim that most philosophers agree that we should like reduce suffering? That's like a thing that should be avoided if possible?
No, absolutely not. I mean, like deontologists don't give a fuck about consequences.
Okay, well in that case, then it's just it's literally like I don't want to be killed, therefore no one should kill me. Well, I mean, like how can you bridge that? What's the simplest way to do that?
You don't, because ethical egoism is dumb. That's how you bridge it. But
Well, there okay, but how does it happen? Is it just then it's just an unjustified claim, right?
I mean, we're delving into normative ethics here, which is
Sure.
a very
But
complex
like I feel like my counter then is going to be that I would argue that my claim here is maybe unjustified, which is why it's axiomatic. But if it's unjustified, whatever definition you're going to give me to justify your claim, I'm going to argue is just as arbitrary, right? Isn't technically every is-ought claim an arbitrary claim? Like there is no definitive is-ought gap closer, right? Unless you're Sam Harris.
No, but who's? I'm not making an is-ought claim.
No, but well, I mean, I am, but I'm just saying it's an unjustified claim that I just presuppose, I guess, is just true because it has to be. But isn't that kind of a sort of like rooted in my not nihilism? That right, the idea that I don't think that any sort of is-ought claim can ever be justified because it's literally impossible to do so because there is no objective morality. Doesn't that kind of tie everything together?
So can you repeat that? Sorry.
I think I would argue. So I think that my root belief is that it is impossible to bridge an is-ought gap. That can never possibly be bridged because is a descriptive claim and an ought is a normative claim, and that normative claims don't exist in the materialistic world, and you can't possibly get a normative claim from an is. You can never get an ought from an is. It's not possible because it doesn't exist.
Okay, I want to establish right now that we're not talking about the initial issue, which is about status of objective morality here. This is completely
No,
irrelevant.
I understand, but I'm just saying that when somebody, so I would say that I exist and I want to live.
This is a separate discussion.
Okay, sure, but I exist and I want to exist and I want to continue existing. But that's totally unjustified. But I'm okay with that. That's just my unjustified claim, right?
Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, I guess you would. I guess you're a nihilist, I guess, but it just means that whenever you're saying
You
that
said I
someone
wasn't
should,
though. Were you lying? So I actually did. I
no.
won. I'm a nihilist now.
No, because you did say that you should. You said that the reason why these people, shouldn't do anything to each other is because that if they do something to me, then I might do something to them, or someone else would do something to them.
Okay.
That ethical egoist tenet, and that is still a normative claim.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm not a nihilist because I'm the ethical egoist dude, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Wait, so I'm not nihilist.
No, you're not a nihilist. If you're
Okay.
saying that people shouldn't hurt other people because it could cause harm to yourself, you're an ethical egoist.
Okay, gotcha.
But again, that's just wrong.
Well, wait, why is it wrong again?
Because of is-ought.
Wait, but what is-ought works?
Is-ought does not work.
Well, doesn't every single philosophy have like a should statement? Like you should do something? Isn't that by definition an is-ought or not?
Yeah. Oh, no. That's yes. Okay. I understand now why you have. Okay. No, that's not right at all.
Because I'm dumb. Okay, yeah. Make me
No,
dumb.
it's not
Go.
because you're dumb. It's like, for example, Kant's Critique of Pure Reason and Critique of Pure Judgment. His entire theory does not have an issue with the is-ought gap. Everything is completely analytic. One is completely a priori.
Wait, so why would Kant say murder is wrong?
Because from the pure reason itself, it is wrong. It violates the categorical imperative. It has nothing to do with the way that the world
Wait, why is the categorical imperative something that should be followed or respected? Why?
I mean, have you seen the thickness of critique? Like, I can give you sort of like a broad overview.
Okay.
I can.
Because that's my question. Like, why ought we follow the categorical imperative? Because that sounds like a moral statement in and of itself. Why ought we?
Well, so the categorical imperative is there's a few different versions of it, but I think the most well-known one is that everything you should only do something if you could will it to be a universal law, and if it's hypothetically possible for it to be a universal law. It's the law of universality.
Yeah, and how ought we figure out what a universal law ought be?
And so, why'd you have to say ought so many times?
Because we're talking about a moral ought here. Like when we're talking about like a universal imperative of morality, this is definitely an ought statement, right? This is not an is statement. We're in an ought statement. So how do we figure this out?
So the reason why
I'm going to keep asking you this until you give me some objective fact, and then it's okay. Well, why ought this be this? This is what I'm drilling down to, right?
Okay, so the reason why that Kant doesn't run into that issue is because he believes that moral claims are synthetic a priori claims, and so that they are still before experience in the mind, and that they only come from pure reason. They don't require looking at the way that the world is. It has nothing to do with the way that humans are born, what they're like.
Wait, so how do you get it? How do you
solely from the reason?
How do you get a statement like murder is wrong from that then?
Because it's true a priori. It's not true
Okay,
a
that
posteriori.
so he just assumes all of his morals are unjustified then? Wait, so then why can't I
all
just...
morals are totally justified, but they're justified a priori synthetic.
I thought
Just like
isn't
Philly's
a
mathematics
priori by
stuff.
definition like unjustified, like assumed to be true? Isn't that what a priori means, or am I wrong?
What do you mean unjustified?
Like a priori is something that you assume to be true, no? Or am I misunderstanding that?
Well, no, you don't assume it to be true. It is true. If something is true a priori, before experience, before
Okay,
experience.
I'm
of the
sorry.
world.
It's
a priori doesn't mean true.
Okay, can you explain the difference between those statements? Because I don't understand.
Okay, so there's a priori, and there's a posteriori, and then there's analytic, and there's synthetic. Those are the four.
Okay, can you give me an example of an a priori statement? So he would just say like murder is wrong, and that's
all
a priori.
bachelors are unmarried.
Wait. Okay, wait. For a moral statement, he would say like murder is wrong, and that's just his a priori statement.
It's an a priori synthetic statement. Yes. Yeah, he thinks it's a transcendental statement.
Okay, cool. Well, can I make all of my morals like that?
Well, you have to justify it from the very core foundations that he does.
Well, what
And-
is his core? I thought you just said it was unjustified. It's just true because it is. I'm
Well, it's
so
true
confused.
based on
I'm sorry.
okay, maybe I didn't explain myself well enough, but it's fucking Kant, so you'll have to forgive me. And I'm not a Kantian, by the way. I wonder if people are yelling at me because people are yelling at me. So Kant, he essentially seeks out the way the cognition works, and he believes that there are two categories of judgment. There's analytic judgments and there's synthetic judgments, and a priori and a posteriori. So a priori and a posteriori are epistemological distinctions. So, for example, if I say 2 + 2 = 4, actually I shouldn't even say that. Okay, let's say 2 + 2 = 4. I would say that is an a priori judgment because I can do that regardless of experience. And experience doesn't mean like prolonged time, like a time interval. It actually means without empirical interaction with the world, right? So if you cut off all your senses, you can still do math. Or if you had no senses at all, you could still do math. And there's a hard question there about the legitimacy of something like that. But I mean, let's just assume that's true for a second. A posteriori means after judgment, after experience. So something like that would be all bachelors are happy. The only reason why, and I should say that the distinction between a priori and analytic and synthetic and a posteriori is very confusing. And I don't want to get into it because we'll be here all night. Let's just sort of call them the same thing, a priori and analytic and a posteriori and synthetic. Let's just sort of call them the same thing, okay? Analytic are statements that are true just completely by definition. So something like all bachelors are married men. It follows from the very definition of bachelor that they are married men, right?
Okay.
But a claim like all bachelors are happy is not something that follows merely from the definition of bachelor. We actually have to go out into the world and ask, hey, are you happy? Okay, yes, boom, tick, 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 okay? And that's the distinction. And Kant believes that there are synthetic statements that do require evidence for them, that exist within the mind independently of experience that can be discovered. For example, he believes that math requires a priori evidence, not a posteriori evidence, to justify mathematical claims. And so I'm probably butchering Kant right now, and I'm so sorry, other philosophy majors, but I haven't studied Kant for a long time. Basically, mathematics has always been considered a priori analytic because people believe that 2 + 2 just follows from the definition of 4. And Kant called this into question, saying, well, no, it's not contained within the definition of 2 + 2. You actually need some evidence that supports that. And blah, 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 blah. He thinks the same thing can be said of moral statements. He believes that you don't need to look at the world to get justification for it, but you do need some sort of evidence that is found within the pure reason to justify these moral statements. And this is evidence that you can discover upon reflection, but they are not just found by definition. You still have to look at the transcendental method or whatever in order to determine exactly what is moral and what is not moral. You have to use the law of universalization applied to situations, and that is how you discover what is moral and what is not moral. His actual justification for the categorical imperative is over 2,000 pages long. And I'm sorry if you're expecting me to explain to you that whole line of argument. I can't, because there are still philosophers now who don't really truly understand what Kant is going at. People say that Kant is the oldest philosopher right now, or sorry, he's the oldest in terms of writing philosopher that is still regularly being discussed. And people say that everything before Kant is complete dogmatism. Everything that came before Kant is useless now. You don't need it. And I don't believe that, but I mean, that's what a lot of people say. So that's where he gets it from. He believes that we don't have to look at experience in order to justify our moral claims. They're all completely derived from pure reason. And I think that's the best explanation I can give.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's the best I can do. But look, utilitarianism runs into a similar issue with the Izot gap. How do we, why should we be making people happy? Isn't it going from happy to we should make people happy? Isn't that a violation of the Izot gap? Yeah, it pretty much is. You can appeal to a teleological system saying that, you can use Cornell realism saying that moral goodness is actually found empirically within the world. That is a pretty popular position that people have. It's called Cornell realism. But ultimately, I don't care about any of this. Ultimately, I don't study normative ethics anymore. I used to. I don't anymore. I study metaethics and I study philosophy of science and math and logic. And ultimately, all I'm arguing for here is the case that morality has to be objective and that it has to have a truth value. And I mean objective in the sense that not that everyone has the same notion of what is true in every single situation, but that they have an agreed upon definition of what it takes for something to be right or wrong. And so people will say, oh, well, isn't egoism a subjective interpretation of morality? And yes, to an extent they are right, because, you'll never really have the same duty. Well, no, see, you do. This is the issue, right? Because all egoists will agree that they have to do what is best for themselves. And in that sense, it is objective, right? But it's still subjective because it doesn't take into account other people's beliefs. Does that make sense?
Okay.
It isn't a universal sort of claim. It's very much a semantical issue that isn't really relevant. But I think perhaps when people hear me say objective, they think that I'm talking about a normative system like utilitarianism or any form of consequentialism, virtue ethics, deontology, etc. When in fact, I think you could argue for a form of subjectivism like egoism or cultural relativism. But I think cultural relativism, egoism can be completely dismissed because they have so many issues with them. Well, systems like deontology, utilitarianism don't have nearly as many issues. And I think we should be choosing the normative system that doesn't have as many issues with it.
Okay.
That's ultimately my view on normative ethics.
Gotcha. All right. Fuck, I told my buddy that I would do something. Are we, are there any final closing thoughts you want to give us or anything on this? And then we could chat again.
Ultimately, I think that a lot of people think that, a lot of people I've seen in chat, and I know that, ignore chat or whatever, but I think it's important that people address chat because a lot of the times they represent the actual majority opinion. And I think the majority of people think that philosophy is some useless discipline that most people shouldn't be going into. And actually, to a large extent, I believe, yes, people really shouldn't be studying philosophy. I can tell you this, if you go into philosophy, you're not doing it for the money, for one. You're doing it because you want to get a better picture of the way that the world is. And philosophers aren't against science. They fully support science, but they also recognize that there is something foundational at the heart of science that scientists don't investigate. And there's something at the heart of mathematics that mathematicians don't investigate. And that's what the philosopher investigates. They investigate these presuppositions that these other disciplines make, and I think it's imperative that we do so. Because when people make a claim like, oh, morality is an objective, well, that isn't a claim that can be justified by mathematics or science. It has to be justified through something like philosophy. And I think it's very important that some people do recognize this. And yeah, that's really it. Oh, also, am I able to like give like, can I shill myself out?
Yeah, knock yourself out, dude.
Okay. I have a Discord server. It's my little philosophy Discord server if people are interested. Can I send you a link?
Yeah, go for it. You can send it in chat too.
Okay, sure. It's called the Salon. Our mods will let you in if you're not absolutely awful. There's that. Oh, I can't spam it. That's right. It's discord.me/thesalon. TheSalon. And I also have a Twitch channel. And it's twitch.tv/KuhnFeierabend, which is KuhnFeierabend. But you could just find that on the Discord. I have a feeling I won't be competition for you, Destiny. So, yeah, it was a good chat. I enjoy having these discussions.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm tired now.
Okay, well, listen, dude. Have a wonderful sleep.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks a lot, buddy. Rip on.
Randomly, a lot of mushrooms in it.
I love mushrooms.
Jesus Christ.
All right, I'm done with my 1 minute talk. What's up? Did you play the game at all?
Yeah, I did.
Did you win?
No, I only played like 2. There's like a lot of like chapter thingies. I only played 2 of them. The first one was like mildly entertaining, whatever. The second one went out, so it was so long-winded. Oh my god, it's 1 a.m. you guys. We have to go. Was so long-winded that I was just getting like really irritated.
Did you fuck any of them in the end?
No. I got like a number of a girl, and one of the girls I got a number from was like, she had a boyfriend.
Ooh, okay.
So because you never know. And the guy was like, there's a chance you could take one home or both of them home. Would you fucking stop? Oh my god, I have to go, you guys. We're gonna die. Oh my god, hang on. I have to focus. This is not even a joke right now. Not a joke.
My bad.
It's okay. I might get charged 1,000 Gumbies if I don't make it home in time. And we're home. Okay, we're good. What are you doing right now? You playing League?
No, I just talked to some dude about philosophy.
Oh shit.
5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Do you want to run through some more, or do you have to continue the last one, or what?
Oh no, I'm gonna pick it up tomorrow.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's not my fault that you decided, when I said I'm gonna play a game, you decided to take on like a 2-3 hour
Listen, I didn't know it was gonna be 2 or 3 hours, okay? And I wanted to collaborate, so, but that's okay. We'll be ready for tomorrow for it, okay?
You love collaborating.
I love collaborating,
You tell me all,
dude.
you're like...
I just want to collaborate all the time.
I'm like, what? You're like, I just want to let you know.
Yeah.
Can't sleep because I'm thinking about this collaboration.
Collaborating, yeah.
I love collaborating. Yeah. We'll play some, if you want, we can play some tomorrow. But I'm just like, I got so burnt out from the second to last chapter. Sorry, the second chapter I did. It was just, I don't know. The conversation was like painful. It was like really long. It was just painful. And a lot of the choices that I would pick something as a joke, and he's like, yeah, that's the right choice. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, is this a joke? But this guy apparently is
PUA.
It's like a dating guru, and he likes a book and stuff. So it makes me feel like he's not joking. I don't know. Just on my recommended. Oh, cool, man. Welcome, welcome. Spirits are very displeased today. Okay, you know what?
You're not resetting, are you?
No, I am not actually. I'm
Highly
I'm
unethical.
dealing with it. It's very unethical. It's true. Have Destiny help me? He has a different view than I do, and I really don't want to. I really don't want to open this up because we already had this conversation before, and it gets kind of weird. It's about the should vegans feed animals to other animals conversation. I do not.
That
feel
was
like
my
having it with
winning
you.
argument. I am so glad when he brought this up. I have like a killing bullet against fucking vegans now. An unbeatable, unstoppable tank of an argument. Oh man.
No, it's not though.
It's so good, dude. I'm ready to bulldoze vegans. I'm gonna walk in. There's gonna be like a fucking like a vegan warrior marching down the street, like leaving meat eaters in his wake, just annihilating everybody. And then I'm gonna step out of a building, the only person. And I'm gonna just destroy him with this killing bullet. And the meat eaters are gonna look at me at all like, how could one man have such a truthful, amazing claim to destroy veganism in one single example? Oh God.
I have a question though.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to destroy veganism?
Oh, I'm not. I would just do it for fun because I'm edgy like that.
Really excited. Look how excited you are.
I'm excited to destroy anything. Whoa, you assume that I only feel that way about
You're
veganism.
so excited. Like, oh wow, these vegans, all these vegans. Explain to me why do you have a problem with veganism?
I just
so
like
much?
just making things unfun in general. Because I know how many of my meat eater,
Alright, that's
meat eater
actually fair.
brethren.
That is
Okay,
very true.
yeah.
Yeah, simple things. The most simple things you like to just muck the fuck up. It's true. Destiny proves veganism is morally wrong. What the fuck? What is this?
Uh-oh.
It's like,
Wait, what is it?
it's from the IRL thingy. What? Shut up. This is bullshit. Go Home is linking it. He links garbage all the time, though.
Okay, you don't have to feel so threatened.
Now I have to watch it.
Please restate the argument? No, I have to save it, guys. It's literally like a kill shot argument. Like,
It's not a kill
it's
shot.
a kill shot. You should have seen, oh my God. You should have seen how
no,
fucking
you know what,
flustered Bunny was. She's like so fucking, she's like, oh God, I'm so just ill-equipped to deal with this. I just can't even believe it. Like, it was embarrassing.
That's exactly what I said too.
It
I
was
like, wow, I can't
embarrassing.
believe it. I am so ill-equipped
yeah,
right now.
holy
I hate
shit.
how my equipped status.
Is ill.
It's very ill. Oh my God. Okay. This is not even gonna be worth sharing. I can tell already. It's gonna be so fucking stupid.
It's okay, dude.
Next time you do an IRL stream, is there any way you can increase the bitrate? Because bitrate is just jacked.
Better to have low bit rate and look kind of shitty than to have it lag. That's like the worst.
That's true, but like
So
holy shit.
maybe a better
Hold on.
carrier, but
I actually do know a woman who doesn't eat any meat except for bacon. That's okay with. I mean, like honestly, that's fine.
oh, so
And why people
you're
have to,
okay
like-
with pigs getting murdered, huh? Hmm.
That's exactly what I just said, by the way. I'm glad you took something I said in isolation
That's
and
okay.
just decided to extrapolate it to
That's
whatever
okay,
you want.
Bunny. You don't have
Remember,
to be
guys,
upset about it.
earlier today we were talking about over analytical people and trying to compare that to being like, you know, critical analysis of things. This is an example of over analytical, where you're taking something and you're extrapolating beyond the range of your data. I said one thing and now he's drawing some crazy conclusions.
It's okay.
So don't do what's happening right now.
Okay.
If you want to learn a lesson. She couldn't really give me an answer. All right, no, fuck you, man. I gave you a long answer. I gave you a billion conditions too. I was like, if this is the case, this is the case, this is the case.
Wait, for what? For the killing bullet argument?
It's, oh my God. You're going to trigger me big time right now. It's not a killing bullet argument. It's not a, you know what, fine. You know
I'm
what, how
sorry.
about this?
No, I'm sorry. Just let me mute my mic for a second. Hold on.
Oh, you're
I just gotta laugh. Okay. I've gotten control of myself. What's up?
Is your Twitch not working?
Oh, it's
Or something?
why are you looking for the report button? Get the fuck out of here.
No, I'm just trying to watch your stream. I can't see it. What the hell?
Should be.
I'm not memeing right now. It says live, but it's black screen. Don't refresh, boys. The fuck happened?
I don't know, is Twitch fucked right now? Wait, is your stream
It's not working for Bad Bunny either. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll Twitch is fucked right now. Okay.
Oh no, I don't even know. I don't know what's happening.
I just told you what's happening.
Maybe your killer vegan argument pissed someone off in the higher ups. Maybe you shouldn't talk as much. You ever think
Well, they
about
wouldn't be
shutting the
going
fuck up?
after me, okay? They'd be going after the thing, the subject. I'm sorry. It's only funny because of how upset it makes you, but that's okay.
Wait, I can't see you either? Okay, so apparently everyone... Wait, can you guys hear me? New 2S? Maybe this is a double ban.
Oh, shit.
No, I can hear you? What? This is what happens when there are too many vegans on the platform, to be honest. Shut the fuck up!
Damn.
Sue.
What was the killer bullet argument? I don't know if you guys are ready for the immense power, because with great power comes great responsibility.
Fine, just do it. Just go ahead. I don't fucking care.
I don't want to. It'll lead to the destruction. This is the end of veganism as we know it.
Is it the end of veganism or the possible argument against feeding cats meat?
Oh my god. Okay. Here's the meme argument, okay? If you are a vegan, okay? Do
Says
you
meme
not
argument, by the way, you guys, in case the argument doesn't pan out in his favor, it's all a meme argument. Okay, go ahead. You have a phone.
do you not have I mean, it was kind of a meme argument. Let's be real. But do you not have a moral obligation to kill cats if you are a vegan? Because cats, by necessity, okay, are the term is obligate carnivore. They have to eat meat to survive. So just the existence of a cat should in and of itself be considered a moral evil because their existence necessitates the murdering of other animals. So as a vegan, do you not have some sort of moral compulsion to, at the very least, never fucking own a cat, right? So any vegan that owns a cat is definitely immoral, definitely an immoral hypocrite, right? And furthermore,
Definitely twice, so you know it's real.
Furthermore,
Definitely.
they should actually feel a compulsion to murder cats and all obligate carnivores because the existence of an obligate carnivore necessitates the murder of other innocent, non-obligate carnivore life forms.
So basically, what Steven is saying is that the ends do justify the means. Thank you, Steven.
Oh, that is true. That somebody thought of a good counter. One way to do it would be to only feed cats to other cats. That's one way to do it. Okay.
I just got pasta sauce on my white shirt.
Oh, take it off.
Take off
Oh,
my
fuck,
shirt.
hold
I
on.
can't do that though.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
I can't hear you. I can only hear you on Destiny stream. What the fuck? I still can't see your shit, by the way. Wait, can you say something right now?
Hello.
Okay, I'm gonna wait to see if I can hear any of your shit.
Good idea.
Nope. I can't hear. I don't know why I can't hear you, but people can hear me on your stream. I still don't see how first of all, your argument, no. 1, 2, it's not against veganism.
Well, no, but the main reason I brought this up, it was either you or you said you had a friend, but basically,
me.
it was you. It seems contradictory to be both a vegan and then to own and feed a cat, because you talked about because I think didn't you actually say that you raw fed them, or no?
I fed them raw meat.
Yeah, and then my roommate used to do the same with her cat. So it seems strange to me that as a vegan, you yourself are opposed to the slaughtering of innocent animals, but you will keep a cat and keep that cat alive, which necessitates the murdering of other animals. That I could conceive of a vegan that owns multiple cats that's actually causing more animal suffering.
Wait.
What?
Okay, I swear to God, if 2 people here
Uh-oh.
are memeing about me or it's even getting banned, if this is a meme,
Don't.
then you're gonna get
no,
banned.
They always
Permaban.
ban. Yeah, ban them. Do it.
No, 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 no.
I ban for that
It's
shit.
not fucking funny. It's not fucking funny because
Yeah.
I get super triggered over it.
Ban them, dude.
One of them is my mod. The other one is one of your mods.
Uh oh. Well, ban them all, dude.
I know they're like bullshitting with me because I can still see their fucking chat.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm sure y'all knows, yeah, fuck Churdy.
Get him.
I really don't think, I think it's an interesting angle that you're trying to like draw the line of when do you not, like when, like where do you draw the line with in terms of veganism? But to say that it's like it's gonna kill veganism is, no.
Well, that was
'Cause-
a meme. Yeah.
Oh, that was the meme. Oh, so that's the part where we're all gonna be like,
Wait a second. I'm
LMAO.
sorry. Did you really think that I thought I was legitimately going? I had the killing bullet to kill all of veganism with that one argument. It's just a thing that I think would have to be reconciled.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. What you eating, buddy?
Pasta. I swear to God, I got sauce on my fucking shirt.
Why? Just don't do it. Just dodge it. LOL.
Be bunny. Be triggered at literally everything. Pretty much, man.
Got him.
I'm constantly triggered. I wake up shaking. Because of all the triggered. Spider. Spider's funny.
He's not funny. Spider's
Yeah, he's funny.
94 or whatever, or 98. What's his name?
Spider technician or whatever.
Oh, Spider Technician, just a different guy. Yeah, he's funny. Okay.
Oh, who's this other spider guy that triggers you so hard? I want to meet him.
No, he's not. He doesn't drink. I was just kidding. He's a nice dude.
That face when I thought I was safe to shit talk bunny in this chat. Nowhere is safe from her watchful gaze. Yeah, I know. I was like, actually like DGG. So now I actually, whenever I start my computer, a little DGG window pops up.
Big
I don't know why.
mistake. Big mistake.
And so now I always have an eye on them. Always.
Are you using vegan noodles, Bunny? Got him. Another blow to veganism.
I need some water. I just got home, Bad Bunny. Someone told me that you said that all your subs are bad people. I never said that, man. I said you're all boring people. Boring people. Actually, I don't even think I said that about subs. I think I said that about most other people I know. I just like, we were talking about boring. Like, someone asked me if I find other people boring, like most people boring.
And you being the
something.
narcissist you are, of course, answered yes. Huh?
Yeah, they all call me narcissist. Like, what? I'm not narcissistic. I'm not even saying that just to be like defensive. I'm really not narcissistic.
I mean, it's what a narcissist would say, so.
Exactly. But what would a non-narcissist say? Yes, I am narcissistic.
They would say,
Like, what-
you know, sometimes I can be pretty narcissistic, but
No,
generally
because I'm
I'm
actually not an idiot. I know what the definition of narcissism is, and I don't fit it.
Okay.
I actually read definitions of things. Multiple times, even.
Multiple
I'm not
times.
boring. Yeah, I like Invincible. He's not boring. Pet Bunny, are you boring? I can be boring to some people, I'm sure. I don't think I'm like the most exciting person in some contexts. In some contexts, I feel like a super boring person. Like around really extroverted people at like a party or something, I feel so incredibly boring and I just want to leave. I'm like, there's nothing I can contribute to this except like smiling politely. But that's not fucking interesting at all. All people can be interesting is what a non-narcissist would say. I mean, yeah, all
Just
people
face
can
it.
be
Just
interesting.
face the truth, dude.
All people can be the president too, I'm sure. It's just
Whoa.
fucking.
Are you,
please.
what? Who couldn't? What types of people? What group of
Non-citizens?
people? Really?
For one?
What color non-citizens? Just get right to the point, Bunny.
I feel like I'm just trying to have a conversation about just regular stuff, and you just keep throwing in your white supremacy rhetoric, and I really don't appreciate it.
Oh, well.
Narcissists don't get along with other narcissists. That's why Bad Bunny and Destiny fight all the time.
Aw.
I actually don't think he's narcissistic. I don't think he's a narcissist.
You sure about that?
I think you say you are just to dismiss a bunch of people so that you don't have to like talk about things further. Like, I'm a narcissist.
But I'm super. But on the inside, you think I'm a really nice person, right?
Wait, what about being a narcissist means you're mean? Or you're not a good person, or nice person. You can be a nice person and still be narcissistic, right?
Oh.
You just have like narcissistic views.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't think that you're like, I don't think you're like just waiting for someone to break through your exterior and then, oh my god, don't worry. She isn't a narcissist. I'm not. Anyways, if no one can see my gameplay, I'm not gonna fucking play shit.
Another
It's like
excuse.
pointless. No, I'm in the middle of I'm playing a Stardew. I like Stardew. Jesus is the biggest narcissist I know. Don't get it mixed up. How many? What do you mean the biggest narcissist you know? How? Explain, guys. If someone says he's a narcissist, explain to me why he's a narcissist. Don't make me prove that he's not. Explain to me why he is one. And explain why I am one. I still can't see your channel. Let me check the Twitter.
Huh.
It's like a live podcast at this point. No one can see anything.
There's a Twitch link. Shit is fucked right now.
Oh, great. We're looking into issues causing video to not load across the site. Hang tight. Ooh. Well, I mean, it's midnight. I might as well just end my stream now.
Yeah, good idea. Alright, I love you guys. I'm going to bed. Stay safe. Burrito, cappuccino, puppuccino, cappuccino, muppuccino, cappuccino, my dudes.
Yeah? I mean, like, if the animal doesn't display behaviors of suffering and doesn't evoke the feeling of empathy in humans, are they still sentient? I don't think that an animal has to provoke a feeling of empathy in humans for the animal to be independently sentient. That would mean that if humans were eliminated as a species, no animals could be sentient because no humans are present to feel like empathy for those animals. And I know that sounds like a ridiculous thing to say, but a lot of people actually harbor views like this where they feel like if via human ways of interpreting an animal, that human doesn't approve of something in that animal, that the animal is not worthy of moral consideration, which I don't agree with. But when you're talking about sentience, sentience is not just about displaying. I don't know if you mean displaying behaviors of suffering. If you can tell that an animal is capable of what's the definition of sentience? Actually, let me just get down to the brass tacks.
Okay, I'm going to bed. Be careful, okay?
All right, bye. See ya. Good night.
Alright, rip on, boys.